Testing. 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 Testing.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining us for day 2 of the FAN National Aviation Conference. Thank you for coming in early. In a few minutes, we will officially commence day 2 so as not to waste any time. If you know anyone who should be here, please send them a message that we will be right on time so they can arrive early. In a few minutes, we will kick start day 2 and get on with the different conversations that we have lined up for you. Our speakers are ready. The technical sessions promises to be exciting. We also have our B2B session that would happen at different intervals during the day. Good morning again, and thank you for joining us for day 2. You all look lovely, bright and sharp. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the FAN National Aviation Conference. Very shortly we will be starting. Would like to crave your indulgence to please be comfortably seated as we prepare to kick off day 2, which promises to be even more enriching, more fulfilling than day 1. Thank you for joining us bright and early. It's great to see every single one of you. We will commence very shortly.
Shit. Nobody like me, body like me. Baby, when I pull up Gucci, all in my jeans. Big lollipop, baby, lick like ice cream. Big bad ways, Mr. Shift your panties. Fuck you to Bujo Banting or Bujo Benzing. Girl, any record, girl, I go make you sing. Now she the pray for the cocoa, my sing. I got the holy water, baby, make you come swim. My pocket full of money, my heart body full of loving, yo. Nobody better for the dancer, no. Fine lady, she dey bounce along. Skin tight for your body, yo. What you dey wanna him, I want to know. Don't stop, make you drive me, yo. What you dey on, him, I want take off. Now by me, yo. Low me, yo. Bunda split, be your Romeo. Wallow me, yo. Brag about me, yo. Catch up back, wasumbi, yo. Jasumba, I'ma jubao. Touch me, I touch, I see you. Yeah, so me, so can loleo. Chop me, I chop, and not you. Make I keep on. Make I keep on. They say, oh, I send the money and go supply you. Till long from LA to Coco Michael. And if you fly it, I'm Mumbai. Pretty lady, all you want, say now one time. Show a lot Dubai. Jota Badele Shama Juba. I dey feel fine, make me feel nice. Bus too short for this one night. My pocket full of money, yo. My heart is full of loving, yo. Nobody better for the dancer, no. Fine lady, she dey bounce along. Skin tight for your body, yo. What you dey wanna him, I want to know. Don't stop, make you drive me, yo. What you dey on, him, I want take off. Now by me, yo. Low me, yo. Bunda split, be your Romeo. Wallow me, yo. Brag about me, yo. Catch up back, wasumbi, yo. Jasumba, I'ma jubao. Touch me, I touch, I see you. Yeah, so me, so can loleo. Chop me, I chop, and not you. Make I keep up. Make I keep up. Yeah, your body fatter than the Filipino. My mama me call, mommy I no go. Bum bad with the mini mind. They cannot touch it, make me feel I don't go. Fine girl to the me, I want this kind loving. Say make a touch and give 'em properly. Make a give 'em normally. Lower your body, they want your kiss. Turn out the rhythm, yeah. Why not my charging? No negotiations, give you the latest. Doing the most for you, lady, no hesitation. Minding my business, but now you are the chase. No ask where they go, I'm going your way. The feeling they top of my mind. Baby, you know they look tight. I go fulfill your days, I'ma make it right now. You they give me love, I know go fi buy you. With a different realm, with a different time zone. The lady so much great, girl, I'm pleasure my own. Now only you they make my world go. Long as we get days, I'ma make it right now. And you see your baby go make it on while we levitate. Hey. Your body done do me more good. If the right things they are good, yeah. Cut the long talk, girl, I'm coming your way. The body don't catch me more good. Count on me, make you best me your way. Now you could they tell how the gas be. As Mr. DJ, they put for replay. Now you they give all the things I won't feel. Baby, make you take up my days. I know if you wait, cause there's happy no day. I know they less stress, with you man I'm blessed. I know go wait till money don't pay. I just they count to go take a long way. And now they show you, they make me feel blessed. I get rotate, get low shake. She not for Ghana where you carry this waist. And if one pop, if you pop for ace. Thought me, no complain. And my girl take up and don't complain. When the body pull up, he they cure my pain. And I know if he pass you like my Mary J now. Say for this matter, you fit take all my day now. Hey. Your body done do me more good. If the right things they are good, yeah. Cut the long talk, girl, I'm coming your way. The body don't catch me more good. Count on me, make you best me your way. Now you could they tell how the gas be. I get rotate, get low shake. She not for Ghana where you carry this waist. And if one pop, if you pop for ace. Thought me, no complain. And my girl take up and don't complain. When When the body pull up, it take cure my pain. And I know if it pass you like my Mary Jane now. Say for this matter, you can take all my day now. Passing my way. This kind of body done they cause you migraine. And when we leave, if we do I'm your way, or if you want, if you do I'm my way. I wait, too short I don't take. You tell me and I know they go out one day. I know they care, say they buy my damn pray. Money on me mind all time. This kind love, yeah, where they make me want more. Whoa, come my way. Oh. This kind love, yeah, I don't want for the night. Make I know how you feel, how you want to. Lady, girl, say your body bad to me. Pass, make a joke, make a feel baby girl, you know I see you. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only you know how see they do me. Only you know how see they do me. Oh, oh girl. Yeah, get. You're my get. Cause I'm me good. Watch you get there. Baby, watch you get there. Cause you know the money long, yeah. Break your back with it. Yeah, now me and you, they talk, no one involved. Baby girl, make I indulge you, yeah. My love. This kind love, yeah. Where they make me want more, whoa, come my way, oh. This kind love, yeah. I don't want for the night. Make I know how you feel, how you want that. Lady, girl, say your body bad to me. Pass, make a joke, make a feel baby girl, you know I see you. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only you know how see they do me. Only you know how see they do me. Oh, oh, girl. Yeah, get. You're my get. Cause I'm me good. From Miami good. Why'd you get there?
Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow us welcome us back to day 2 of this very octagonal conference. Allow us inform us that we're going to taxi the occasion in 5 minutes. Allow us inform you with every sense of commitment that all standing committees should be dissolved down. We expect that we settle down to our seats and allow for us to prepare for the takeoff of day 2. Let me welcome, especially, we have in our midst already seated, the former Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Dr. Emmanuel Meribole. You're welcome, sir. Allow me to welcome the DG of the Civil Aviation Authority, ably represented by the Director, Aerodrome and Airspace Standards, Engineer Godwin Balang, already seated. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow us welcome in our midst this morning, day 2 of this beautiful fan conference, anchored on elevating the Nigerian aviation industry through investments, partnerships, and global engagements. Let me welcome the Executive Director of the Banjula Accord Group Aviation Safety Oversight Organization, one of the foremost Regional Safety Organization recognized by ICAO for the ECOWAS sub-region, Ms. Jaiza Silva Rodriguez. Allow me to welcome all of the moderators for the 3 sessions we're going to have today. Allow me to welcome the lead speakers for all of the sessions this morning. Allow us to welcome all the panelists that are going to be speaking within all the sessions that we're going to have today. In no special order, allow me especially welcome the Chief Operating Officer of IBOM Air, Mr. Uraisi. A warm round of applause for all of them. George Uraisi. Let me salute the directors of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria here. It's so nice to celebrate Uraisi, who was a former managing director of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, and all of the former MDs here. I'm told Captain Yadudu is within the vicinity. I'm told Mr. Richard is within the vicinity. And all the directors and FAN, directors from NIMED, directors from NAMA, the team from the College of Aviation Technologies area that are here. Let's welcome also the NSIB team, Safety Investigation Bureau, and the Civil Aviation Authority, led by the Director of Aerodrome and Airspace Standards. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a technical day. We want to compare notes, share possibilities, have some introspection, and agree on one vista. The aviation must be deepened, and if we're going to deepen aviation, there must be that beautiful clap between the investors, the players, the operators, the experts, and all of the friends within this beautiful family called the aviation ecosystem. Without investors, without operators, there are no regulators, and even if the regulators are there, it's shared responsibility between the regulators and the operators. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, our geography by size, demography by size, and geography by location is an added advantage as far as aviation is concerned in Africa. In as much as the playing within Africa is about 3 to 5% of global aviation, the forecast is awesome that by 2050 there must be a doubling of all of the passengers and cargo facilitation within the continent of Africa. And so being a big player called Nigeria, without population, without expertise, we're ready to export to the global world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to compare notes, we want to share experiences, we want to see how well we can aggregate, harvest, and integrate all of the players within the subnationals called the states within the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished colleagues, we welcome you and want to quickly ask that if it's possible, as busy as we are, we'll put our phones on vibration or silence and reduce the movement, because we trust that day 2, which is basically for technical people like you, will be able to maximize the ideas you come in with, the concept you've come in with, the shared responsibility you want to compare notes with, and all of the investment possibilities and partnership. FAN wants us to clap, and we've gathered to clap. FAN is producing a hand, and they want to trust us to bring the other hand. Nobody claps with one hand. And so when we compare notes and agree with FAN to clap, aviation is made better under the ICAO SAPs and all the international global practices. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, we'll take the anthem and we'll taxi the occasion. Just very kindly welcome your neighbor to your left and to your right. Everybody seated to your left or right. Welcome them warmly this morning in the African beauty, the Nigerian spirit. Know their names. It's possible you know their profession. Kindly know their organization. Get to know where they're coming from. Request for their complimentary cards. Request for their ATM cards. And if possible, ask for the PIN number. Please get their PIN numbers and their ATM cards. If you agree with me, say aye. If you agree with me, say aye. If you want Mr. George Uresi's ATM card and PIN number, please see me. His PIN number is 0000. But if you want the card, see me later. Your Excellencies, welcome all of us to this beautiful occasion, day 2. And we trust that it's going to be awesome today. Just relax a bit. We'll start in earnest very soon. God bless you. My name is Dr. Che Victor Elias, and my colleague this morning, as the moderator, will be
Ojibade Shosoye.
I woke up this morning. I can breathe. I am able-bodied. I am well. I have clear thoughts. There is food to eat, clean water to drink. I am warm. I have keys to a home. I am loved. I have things to unlock, and maybe this is the key. I am grateful for this knowing.
No saint, every man is a sinner. Don't come near Grammy River. There's no place in the world for the weaker. Now only people with no fear be the winner. All the people with the fear turn to the now. Baba God make a no turn to the no. 20 steps backward and 30 forward. I'm grateful, yeah. So grateful, yeah. Yeah. Many times I tried but never gave up. I'm grateful, yeah. So grateful, yeah. Yeah.
Metropolis, known for its bustling ports, financial districts, and diverse culture. Commissioned in the year 1979, Murtala Muhammad International Airport, MMIA, in Lagos was the busiest airport and a key international gateway for Nigeria. However, as Nigeria's most important aviation transportation hub, MMIA faces numerous challenges after 50 years of operation, including an inefficient road network, outdated terminal facade and finishes, dilapidated building structure, aging equipment and machinery, a lack of direct access between the two terminal buildings, and restrictions on the development on Terminal 2. To restore the prestige of this international gateway, we are embarking on a journey of renewed hope, undertaking a systemic renovation of MMIA to bring back its former glory and elevate its status on the global stage. First, the inefficient road network will be replaced with 2 independent ring roads, the outer ring for departures and the inner ring for arrivals. Second, the existing structure of Terminal 1 will be strengthened to improve its integrity. A connection building will link the 2 terminals, and the skywalk will connect the car park to Terminal 2, ensuring seamless passenger movement within these facilities. Meanwhile, this half-century-old Terminal 1 will undergo comprehensive modernization, featuring an enhanced eagle-inspired architectural design that symbolizes a soaring and hopeful Nigeria. The upgrades will include both interior and exterior enhancements, improved passenger facilities, and advanced mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems to enhance operations and capacity. Terminal 2 will also undergo upgrades, including refurbished platforms, enhanced canopies, expanded boarding fingers, and an enlarged apron for greater efficiency. Once completed, passengers at MMIA will enjoy a significantly enhanced travel experience. The redesigned infrastructure will provide well-organized and direct access to the terminal buildings, improving efficiency. Optimized internal circulation will ensure uninterrupted movement for arriving and departing passengers. Additionally, modernized facilities, upgraded amenities, and an aesthetically immersive environment will create a more comfortable, seamless, and enjoyable journey for all travelers. Under the Renewed Hope initiative, we're leveraging global expertise in airport engineering and cutting-edge digital systems to transform MMIA into a safer, smarter, greener and more efficient aviation hub. Finally, the nation will be filled. Lagos.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited to welcome you very specially to day 2 of the FAN National Aviation Conference for 2025. We would officially kickstart now, and I'd like to crave your indulgence to please rise in honor of our dear nation, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as we take the national anthem, which also symbolizes the official start of this event. Thank you. Amen. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may please be seated. Thank you very much. Again, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's such an honor to be back here on day 2 of Fnac 2025. My name is Mojibade Shosoya, and I'm truly excited to be here to serve on day 2 again. Like you know, I'm not here alone. I'm working alongside Dr. Oche Victor Elias, whom you'll see shortly, but you've definitely heard his voice from backstage. I'd like to start very quickly by recognizing and acknowledging the presence of the board chairman of FAN, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR. A round of applause for him, please. I'd also like for us to give a collective round of applause to all board members of FAN that are present. So let's do that together. A round of applause to all of our directors who have joined us this morning. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of FAN, Mrs. Olubumi Kuku. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. Captains of industry present, the distinguished gentlemen and women of the aviation industry, our partners, collaborators, investors, our speakers, and everyone who is here to lend their voices to this cause. We say thank you and good morning once again. Without much further ado, we will roll the ball for today, but we will start by watching a video of how far we have come. So we have a video of Fnac in the past, and we will show you that video now. So I'd like to ask again that we focus our attention to the multimedia screen as we tell this story. Thank you.
For years, Nigeria's aviation industry faced one question: how do we grow sustainably? In 2023, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria brought the answer to life. The second edition of the FAN National Aviation Conference, FANAC, became more than a meeting. It became a movement. Over 4 days, experts, regulators, and innovators from across the country met in Abuja. 14 plenary sessions, 6 breakout discussions. One shared goal is to build an aviation industry that works better for everyone. Ideas turned into action. The NCAA committed to greener skies through carbon reduction.
You develop the road for me. You develop the airport for me. Don't road development. That's collaboration between FAN and airline.
FAN championed a new airport model shifting from passenger hubs to full economic and energy hubs. Stakeholders agreed to create more jobs, support cargo exports, and strengthen Nigeria's place in the African air transport market. Fnac 2023 made one thing clear: sustainability isn't just policy, it is people. From pilots to planners, from unions to investors, every voice mattered. Each resolution moved the industry closer to innovation, safety, and opportunity. Today, FAN is leading that vision of diversifying revenue, improving infrastructure, and opening airports for trade, tourism, and investment. Fnac 2023 proved one truth: when dialogue meets direction, progress takes flight.
All right, thank you very much. Yesterday, we started a discourse on elevating the Nigerian aviation industry through investment, partnership, and global engagement. And we are now on day 2. We'll be furthering those conversations today. But first, we will take a look at how far we went yesterday, how deep the conversations were, and of course, the resolutions that we came to. To do the honors of making a presentation and speaking to us on the recap of day 1, I would like to invite on stage Director, Commercial and Business Development at the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. Please give a round of applause as I now make welcome on stage Ms. Adebola Agumbiade. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Alhaji Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR, Chairman, FAN Governing Board, the Managing Director, CE, Mrs. Olubumi Kuku, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, heads of agencies and parastatals, captains of industries, investors and development partners, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The first day of the 2025 FAN National Aviation Conference, FANAC, themed Elevating the Nigerian Aviation Industry through Investment, Partnerships, and Global Engagements, opened with great momentum, bringing together an impressive assembly of high-ranking government officials, dignitaries, critical aviation stakeholders, private sector leaders, and international investors. Hosted at the Eco Hotel and Suites, Lagos, the atmosphere was one of collaboration, innovation, and renewed commitment to advancing the Nigerian aviation sector. It started off with the first session titled Enhancing Air Connectivity and route development in Africa, unlocking Nigerians' aviation potential. This was chaired by Ms. Adefunke Adeyemi, Secretary General, African Civil Aviation Commission, AFCAC. She highlighted limited direct routes, high ticket costs, and infrastructure gaps as challenges currently facing SATAM implementation, and recommended accelerated SATAM implementation, resolve financial constraints, reduce operating costs, and streamline travel. The second session was intermodalism, unlocking trade and investment opportunities, creating integration and synergy among different modes of transportation to enhance connectivity. We had Mr. John Uwajumogu, Special Advisor to the President on Industry, Trade and Investment. His paper highlighted trade and investment barriers that impact negatively on intermodal transportation and recommended continuous engagement of key stakeholders to try to unlock the identified challenges currently facing same. The third session was on public-private partnerships, PPPs, exploring innovative concession models and frameworks for airport operations. We had a speaker, Professor George Nwagu, who is the Director General, Global Center for Law, Business and Economy. His paper emphasized concession as a veritable means in financing and upgrading airports infrastructure, and he called for policy clarity, resolution of trust issues among interested parties for sustainable capital investment in the aviation industry. Yesterday, our delegates were very attentive and they conducted themselves well throughout the plenary. You all have been wonderful. Day one ended on an optimistic note, with a shared resolve to accelerate reforms, deepen coordination, and build a sustainable future for Nigerians' air transport industry. Fnac 2025 has clearly set the tone for transformative dialogue and actionable progress as the conference proceeds. Let's do this again together today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adebola Agumbiade, for taking us on a journey on day one of Fnac 2025. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any further time, we're getting into our first technical session today, which is the fourth in 2025. This session will focus on trust, safety, and governance, reinforcing confidence in Nigeria's skies. And I think that's such a crucial conversation that we must have, because we have to reinforce confidence in our skies. We have a keynote and a moderator, and I would invite him up stage very shortly, and then would also invite all members of the technical conversation to join them on stage. Our keynote speaker, who is also going to double as a moderator, is Captain Chris Najomo, who is the Director General, Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, but he's represented today by Engineer Godwin Balang, who is a Director, Aerodrome and Airspace. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. Joining him on the conversation, we have Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar, Managing Director, Nigeria Airspace Management Agency, NAMA. But he's represented by Mrs. Rita Egbadon, Director, Legal Services at NAMA. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. We also have the General Manager, Aerodrome Standards at NCAA, Engineer Bayode Buluwaji. A round of applause for him as well as he joins this panel conversation. Managing Director and CE 7-Star Global Hangar Limited, Engineer Isaac David Balami would also be joining this conversation. A round of applause, please. Executive Director at Bagaso, Jaliza Soraya Rodriguez Silva will be joining this conversation as well. Thank you very much. We also have Chairman Epis on this conversation. He will join once he's Do we have anyone representing? Okay, great. I'll just hand over to our moderator and keynote speaker to take the conversation and get it started. Over to you, Engineer Godwin.
Yeah, so thank you very much. First of all, I feel really honored to be here. I'm really elated. And I want to appreciate my Director General, who has sent me here to represent him. And on getting here, you know, I've been given another task, you know, of moderating this panel. The first set of shoes were already big. The second set of shoes are even bigger. So I'm really going to depend on you to make this panel discussion very engaging and hopefully, you know, will help to achieve the objective of this session. So the theme is trust, safety, and governance. You know, and I want to start by, you know, putting the right context to this conversation. You know, so starting from what we know and then delving into the unknown grounds. And I'm talking about safety. The object here, the central object here we're talking about is the aircraft. And these aircraft, they range from small ones to very, very large aircraft. It's very important to start with that context. These are equipment in the domestic operations here in Nigeria. We have the 737 and all that. They weigh 70 tons. And they go as high as 300 tons. This equipment moves at 1,000 kilometers per hour. This is very, very important. You know, the cars we use on the Nigerian roads, the speed limit is 110 kilometers per hour. They weigh 5 tons. This is very, very, very important. So that it's from that context, you know, aviation, right from the word go, is in the business of safety management. It's 70 tons moving at 1,000 kilometers per hour. That is very massive. Having said that, let's take each of the three concepts and throw some little more light to read. Aviation safety, as defined by the International Civil Aviation Organization, is a state, and I'm not being theoretical about this. It's actually a state. It's not an action, it's a state in which, you know, the risks of harm, injury, or damage to property, you know, is reduced to an acceptable level. And as if that was not enough for ICAO, the acceptable level for ICAO is actually zero. Zero. But you know, how can you be moving at 1,000 kilometers per hour, 70 tons, and we say the acceptable level of safety for you is zero? I mean, but that's just to point out to you, you know, how serious this concept is. Now, let's now come back to the actual data. 2024, the average accident rates in the world was put at about 1.13 per 1 million flights. Right? Now let's come back to Nigeria. Today, this month, Nigeria will be marking 100 years of active aviation activities. The first flight in the world was 1903. That's not too long. If you look at that, 100 years since then, Nigeria has actively been participating in aviation. We know of Nigeria Airways, we know of NCAR, we know of all that. Now let's look at the safety records. How many people has aviation killed in Nigeria? And I tell you, take a guess within your mind, and I will say a figure, and then you try to compare that. It's about 1,500 for the 100 years of operations in Nigeria. Comparative analysis with the road from the National Bureau of Statistics. 5,000 people die every year. Just think of it. But you know, when they talk to us, you know, people appear to have more fear for aviation. You know that within 100 years in this country has lost 1,500 people in the whole history. And it's not an inactive industry. It's a very vibrant industry in this world, in this country. You know, just take a look at that. Just consider it carefully, you know, and think again. Should we be having that fear, you know, for the safety record of aviation within Nigeria? So I've just thrown that in there. Now, another safety indicator I would like to highlight. Nigeria just underwent the ICAO Universal Safety Oversight Audit in 2023. It's a safety audit of the safety oversight system, and the score for Nigeria put there was 70%, 70-point-something percent. You know, that's an audit of the aviation system. So there's 30%, right? So I don't look at the 30% as a negative thing. We need to convert that to, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. And it's an opportunity not to just improve on safety records, but it's an opportunity for us to have more flights. 2023, we sold a total of 13.5 million seats on the domestic routes. And most of us that came here today, I'm sure you came on a return flight. And many of those people fly 2, 3, 4, 5 times a year. So if you just take the return flight, that's like 6.5 million people flying. But if you consider that you travel 2, 3, 4, 5 times, actually the actual active population flying in Nigeria comes down to about 1 million people. You know, it's like, it's scary, but it's immediately an opportunity. It's not a poor country, it's a country of business people that are willing to fly. So we truly need to unlock the industry to enable it to fly. Now, I'll talk about governance. The key stakeholders that govern aviation, I think it was the former permanent secretary of Federal Aviation, Ministry of Aviation that mentioned it. It's not a Nigerian thing. This industry is controlled by the International Civil Aviation Organization. And there are so many other big organizations, IATA, the Regional Safety Oversight Organization, AFCAC, and name them, that have interests, the National Assembly, the Ministry of Aviation, you know, they all contribute to the governance of aviation. Now, the International Civil Aviation Organization has what we call the 8 critical elements of a safety oversight system. The first one is the primary legislation. The second one is the specific operating regulation. The third one is the safety organization. And then the fourth one is qualified technical personnel to run the organization. The fifth one is the technical guidance material. Those 5 that I have listed, those are what we call the establishment critical elements of a safety oversight organization. The next 3 are the implementing ones, the ones that we need to take some action on. So the first one among them is certification, or authorization, whether it's of airline or any other entity in the industry. The 7th one is surveillance, you know, just to check that the certification, the one that has been certificated, is actually running based on the certification standards. Now the last one is the resolution of safety issues, yes. So the assessment of Nigeria that was done based on these 8 critical elements. And I want to mention right away 3 major issues were, 8 areas were looked at. The legislation, the safety organization, the accident investigation system of the country, personnel licensing system, flight operation certification system, aerodrome certification system, and the air navigation service provider system. Those were the things that were looked at. And I want to highlight, out of those 8, 3 things. 3 of them were where we found wanting. One is our aerodromes. Our aerodromes are over 20 years old. They're about 40 years old. So special attention is required, you know, to renew their lives. The air navigation, our communication, navigation, and surveillance systems are also 40 years old. They need to be revisited, you know. And finally, flight operation in terms of the resolution of safety issues. But all of these things that I have mentioned, all of them are what? They are actually opportunities. Okay, so having said that, and seen, bring my question. We're now going to go to our panelists. Yeah, so my first question would be going to all the panelists. And I will be starting with Bagasso. You know, what are the strategic measures being taken by Bagasso to improve safety? You know, yes.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocols, and let me start first to thank FAN for this very important and well-organized conference. Bagasso is the regional safety oversight organization for 7 West African countries. These countries have signed a multilateral service agreement in 2004, aiming to transform the region into a more integrated single domestic airspace. More recently, the BAG ministers approved the full operationalization of the multilateral service agreement with the aiming of designation intra-BAG airlines. However, up to this moment, the BAG member states are not able to recognize each other certificates or licenses. If an AOC is issued here in Nigeria, if you are flying to Banjul, you have to go through the process again to recertify this airline. Also, if you are issued a license in Ghana, you cannot use this license in Nigeria. This is some of the constraints that are stopping us for the implementation of this multilateral service agreement. So this has led Bagasso to establish as one of these key priority to implement an harmonization strategy for the region. Engineer Godwin Balang here is the chair of the committee that we are doing the process for harmonization of our regulatory system in the region. The objective of this is because the states don't trust each other up to now, to be able to recognize each other's certificates and agreements. So we need to get a point that all of us, we are harmonized and we are the same level of implementation of the ICAO SAPs. This is what we intend to achieve with this key strategy. It will help the states to increase their level of implementation of safety oversight functions, and will also enhance trust among member states and being able to recognize each other's certificates and license. They will be able to implement this multilateral service agreement that ultimately will benefit the airlines because they will streamline the process that they're going through for the recognition of their certificates in other states. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Excellent, Bagasso. I mean, Nigeria has benefited a lot from the job that you've been doing, and that is well appreciated. Now, moving to NAMA. You know, as the critical stakeholder in this industry, providing air navigation services, what would you say are the strategic measures taken by NAMA to enhance ATC pilot communication and surveillance in the Nigerian airspace?
Thank you, Engineer Mbalam, and good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here on behalf of the Managing Director of NAMA, Engineer Farouk Umar. Apology for he's not able to come in here today. I'll be speaking on the aspect of air navigation service provider. What have we done to enhance safety, trust, and confidence in the aviation airspace of Nigeria? I may be able to say that safety is not to be compromised within the aviation sector, because wherever aspect you find yourself within the aviation sector, the key product we are looking at is safety. So NAMA, as air navigation service provider, is leveraging on this trajectory through technology, capacity building, and performance-based navigation service. What has NAMA done to ensure that the sky is safe for you and I and the entire passenger service within the country? NAMA currently have GNS rollout to strengthen air navigation in all the aerodromes within the country. The GNS service helps to predict and precisely give information on air traffic control within the country. We also have in operation WGS4 in almost all the airports in the country. NAMA also have a data link system, which is popularly called the CPLDS and ADS, operational within the Lagos and Kano areas. We are hoping that we'll be able to cover all the airports within the entire country. We have also AIS communication system, which is able to aeronautically give data between the air traffic control and the aircraft and the pilot. We are almost 98% coverage of the entire airspace in Nigeria. We also have multilateration, which helps to give a system controller picture operation within the Niger Delta, which have a challenge of being able to detect lower flying objects within those regions. Of course, all of this technology cannot work without a human angle. NAMA have invested so much on training of its air traffic controllers and air traffic safety engineers within the country and outside the country. We could be able to say that all our air traffic controllers and air traffic engineers have the capacity to compete with anywhere in the world. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Regulation have building capacity with us within this trajectory for training, and they have all their rating completed within the time as specified within the ICAO annexes and the CAA regulations as well. Now, training is what we have leveraged on, and we also have performance-based system where we have a culture of reporting as when due, and it will be dealt with. We have a proactive system that is implemented that gives confidence to an air traffic controller to report any incident of inactions within the system, and it will be dealt with. So far, so good. We leverage on technology and human capacity building to ensure that our skies are safe, there's trust, and confidence is built. And we are a moving train. We are developing a system to ensure that safety is assured within the Nigerian airspace. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, you are playing a very critical role, and you know, and as I mentioned, NAMA was a subject, you know, of the last audit, and I can see a lot of work that is going on with NAMA now, with the NCA certification and all that. So thank you for that. Now I will go to the service provider, and then NCA, you should be ready. You will take out the floor next. Engineer Balavi. I mean, this is a name that has been ringing the bells in the last few months, especially with the university. But it's a different issue we're talking about here. What are the major challenges of maintenance repair organizations in Nigeria?
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much. This is a very, very big question. And I will tap from the reaction from our executive director from Bagasso and some of the highlight that was made yesterday. Today, we have an industry that the capital flight for aircraft maintenance out of Nigeria every year is over $1 billion US. With the current exchange rate, I think we're talking about almost 1.5 trillion naira, with a possibility to create a job of over 25,000 Nigerians or Africans. In my over 20 years in this industry, my early days from Aero Contractors Airline, being the president of the National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers for about 8 years, working with about 7 ministers till date, and almost all the airlines, private jet owners, regulators, FAN, and so on and so forth, I have come to the conclusion that nobody will leave his or her continent and come and build Africa for us. And that is the reason why from Bagasso, for whatever you call it, we struggle with each other. So somebody comes in now, let's say from Europe, with a basic license, EASA, or from America, FAA license. As a pilot or as an engineer, because ICAO recognized that state, the civil aviation accepts and give an approval and authorization. Today, at least from my class, from the Aviation College in Zaria, NCAT is doing a great job, by the way. You will see clearly that the quality of training from the Aviation College Zaria or Ilorin in Kwara or what Air Force is doing in Enugu, with due respect to other parts of the world, is top-notch. And that is why Nigerian engineers and pilots do better outside Africa. Out of 20 of us from Zaria, over 60 to 70% of us are working with foreign airlines. But when you come back home, you struggle. Today, the issue of collaboration, just the same way the local airlines, you see Airline A carrying 20 passengers off-peak period, Airline B carrying 10 passengers on a 100-capacity aircraft, lack of collaboration. We also have that issue on the MRO sector. And what is it, sir? Let me just wrap up now. Today, with the new MROs coming up, with what 7-Star Global Hangar is doing with our authorizations, over 20 aircraft types, Air First, Aero Contractors, ExecuJet, and so on and so forth, AeroTag in Abuja, if all of us are busy, with the capacity we have, we cannot meet up 20% of the industry demand. Yet, the cost of investing in tooling, hangarage, equipment, getting special tools, authorizations, certifications, manpower development, there's poor collaboration. So if, for example, I need 10 special tools to carry out a C-check on a 737, and I have only 5 of those equipment, by the way, no MRO in the world has everything 100%. NCA recognizes that. You can get a minimum equipment, and then you can loan or lease when the needs arise, because they're quite expensive. Instead of 7-Star, for example, and the second MRO, collaborating on tooling, common tool, but we compete instead of complementing each other. So instead of spending $1 million to equip a particular aircraft in our inventory, in terms of special tooling, we have to spend up to $5 million. Why? We're not complementing each other. It is still a blue ocean. It's not a red ocean yet, but we fight with each other. And that is a major problem. Nigerians, whether it is operations, MRO, regulators across Africa, we must see each other. Nobody will come and fix this continent for us. We must do it by ourselves. So we must find a way to support each other. We must find a way to see how the government can also support. When 7-Star went into the UK, within 3 weeks, we took over the second largest aircraft hangar on the entire European continent. When you go into some of these countries, those MROs are there, you can lease them, equipment, you don't have to buy everything 100%, and there is support. Funding is there. Locally here, it is difficult to actually access funding. The bank knows that there's so much, but you cannot access funding. The airlines must actually work with the local MROs to support each other. And I can guarantee you that if we work with each other, if we trust each other, we can actually achieve a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. But I mean, you've touched very important issues. You know, I started by giving a brief history of the Nigerian aviation sector, 100 years. I mean, NCAT has been there since 1964. You know, all our pilots, almost all of them, over 90% of them, were trained by NCAT, air traffic controllers by NCAT. So right from the word go, you know, Nigeria was set on the path of success, you know, in this industry, you know, and so we just need to put that into use. I completely do agree with you. We should have been far ahead in terms of the MROs. Ethiopia wouldn't have been anything compared to Nigeria. At this point, I'm going to call on the regulator to tell us what strategic measures the NCA is taking to enhance safety oversight in Nigeria, especially considering that we have so many airports already on ground, and we have so many more that are coming in, MROs, ATOs, airmen, and all that, and all that. And we heard from the SecGen of AFCAC, SATM. You know, so, yes, we are flying now, but what we are expecting in future, what we are experiencing now is nothing compared to what we should be expecting. Yeah. We should be expecting 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds. You know, so what is the NCA doing, you know, to prepare for that?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to put it on record that NCA, we all know, but NCA is the local ICAO. And what the duty of NCA is simply regulation. And I'm thrilled because the air navigation service provider has told us all that they're trying to do to keep the skies safe. And then we're invited here by the airport operator, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. I know both agencies and all other agencies will attest to the fact that the NCA we have today is proactive, is forward-looking, and has engaged collaborative efforts in the discharge of responsibility. I believe very strongly that the MD, even as she's seated, she can attest to the fact that the rate at which we write LOIs and all of that these days with regards to the airports, I mean, it shows that we're actually doing much more than we've been doing. And as it is now, the issue of safety management is gone beyond the level of compliance. It's performance-based. And that will help the industry to be more effective, to be more efficient. And from the NCA side, you know, the quality of personnel actually matter in driving this safety culture. Right now, in NCA, we have imbibed the attitude of training and retraining our personnel, doing recurrent courses and all of that, and they're qualified in their own respect to be able to carry out, you know, appropriate safety regulation. So quite a number has been done. We have the flight data center now that is not just being reactive, but it's been proactive, and then it's able to not necessarily just comply, but it's able to even is predictive so that we can avoid whatever disaster may be coming. So there's so much that the NCA is doing. Of course, we know that Article 37 and 38 of the ICAO Convention, you know, mandate states to comply with SAPs. And if there is any non-compliance, then you have to file a difference. And I can assure you that NCA is complying. NCA is doing what it has to do to ensure that the confidence. You know, it's not enough for FAN or for NAMA to tell us that we are going to do this. But NCA, we got to monitor. We've got to check it out. We have to look at it to be sure that what they promised they were going to do, you know, to enhance confidence is done, you know, in a manner that it's compliant with the regulations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Chairman, you know, we are particularly happy for the mantle that you've taken. And you know, in coordination with the MD, I mean, we are seeing very, very visible things. NCA just led the Civil Aviation Master Plan development for aviation. And you know, one thing that was very shocking that came out of the initial work that was done on that Civil Aviation Master Plan is the contribution of civil aviation to the NDP. You know, it was really scary because it was like very, very minimal. So yesterday coming here and hearing that 6 governors were here, and not just for the formality, but they were talking to aviation. You know, they were talking to aviation. And you know, it's supposed to take a very good percentage of the NDP, but for some reason it's not. So seeing this, we know that some work has actually been done, you know, by the management of the aviation agencies, you know, to push aviation forward. So having said that, I don't know how many more minutes we have, so that we can also give chance for questions and answers, and I think that will make it more interactive. I mean, if you permit, you know, we'll just open the floor for 2 or 3 questions from the audience, you know, so that one will be carried along. So please, the floor is open. Please, if you have any question with respect to the context of what is being discussed here, please, you can raise your hand, and then I will. Okay. So 1, I can see 1 person there. Anyone? And then 2nd. So it's two persons. So please, can we get the mic to them?
Thank you very much, Engineer Balang. My name is Richard Aisubiogun. I just want to find out from NCA and by extension NAMA what you're doing now. When you migrated from ground-based communication surveillance systems to satellite-based, so obviously your PBN is clear. Now, have you been able to look at the operating aircrafts in our environment? How compatible are they with the satellite-based navigation systems which we're migrating into now to also ensure and guarantee safety in our navigation systems?
So thank you. So we've noted that. So let's pick the 2nd question and then, yes.
Good morning. My name is Olariwaju Falekolo. The question I'm about to ask is, during the session, I discovered that one of the issues that were raised from the first speaker representing Bagazo was on the issue of collaboration and trust among the stakeholders. And also the issue of collaboration and cooperation was also raised by the gentleman over there too. What is it the ministry or the Civil Aviation Authority doing in order to ensure that this collaborative effort is being put in place? Because yesterday during the session also, I think when the representative of AFAC was speaking, she also spoke about collaboration. And I think that is something that is missing in this climb. We tend to do things individually, independently, neglecting the fact that whatever actions we take has a direct impact on the general populace. How have we been able to ensure and make sure that this collaboration is being done, and in order to, foster that progress that we all look forward to? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'm going to start with the last one, and we have no other person to take up that response than the executive director, because also I happen to be privy to write very practical, collaborative issues that have happened under her leadership. So, Jelza, please. Yes.
Thank you very much for the question. We are doing several initiatives. One of them I already mentioned, that is the harmonization of the regulatory system among our member states. This starting by align our primary aviation legislation. Some of them are outdated. They are not fully in compliance with the ICAO SARP. So it's, what basically we do in terms of primary aviation legislation and regulation is recognizing the good practice from the states and implement in the other states. This is one aspect of it. Another aspect that we are working, for instance, is, as you may all know, we have a shortage of qualified personnel in our region. It doesn't mean we don't have, it just means that we don't have enough qualified personnel in the region to perform the safety oversight functions we are doing. So with that, we establish a pool of inspectors, not only inspectors, but other technical experts. So what we are doing is, we recognize the most qualified personnel in the region, and any of the 7 member states can use this personnel to perform their safety oversight inspections. We also have a memorandum of understanding with AFCAC that allow us to access the personnel from other states that are outside the BAG region. We are also working in harmonizing our certification and surveillance systems. Then when a certification is conducted in one of the states, it can be recognized immediately in other states. So we can have also regional teams. If you want to conduct a certification, a surveillance, or any process in one state, you don't have the enough manpower, you just reach your neighboring countries, and we use their personnel because we are fully harmonized. That is what we are doing. Thank you.
Okay, so let me comment on the PBN one. Yes, I'm commenting on it because just yesterday we had a meeting that this came up, right? A very real meeting. It's not like a Mickey Mouse meeting, right? So first, I mentioned the 8 critical elements of the safety oversight system. The 6th one is certification. One thing we noticed, and I coming from the airworthiness, moving to aerodrome and airspace standard, one thing I noticed there immediately was the, and it's not peculiar to Nigeria, the lack of certification, but operation is going on. Both for the airports and the air navigation service provider. And then we've taken that up. So we are now certifying not only the international airports, but also the domestic airports, including the aerodromes, the airstrips. NAMA is also undergoing certification. They're in phase 2 of that certification. That has never happened before. Because it's through this certification process that the safety things that need to be underpinned are underpinned. Otherwise, yes, the organization is set up by law, but again, it needs to undergo some kind of certification process to make sure that those mandates are actually implemented. So it was part of that meeting, that came up. In fact, NAMA had the meeting, a training provided by Bagasso with respect to the ANSP certification. So this issue of PBN came up. It's not like a mandatory thing, right? But your aircraft is equipped, you are certificated, the facility is there for you to use. If you want to use it, you undergo the certification, You get it, your aircraft has to be okay, the crew have to be okay, and then you use it, but the possibility is there. So it's the same thing with the GNS facility. So the only thing that you don't use it if you don't undergo the certification, so that we are just sure that everything is okay. So it's something that we are also learning from. The facility is there, undergo the certification and get it done. You know, even the issue of how many aircraft. We even talked of the issue of the ADSB. ADSB. You know, there's that temptation to mandate it. You know, but you can't mandate it if the aircraft and the operators are not ready. You get it? It's not mandatory, but it's encouraged. You know, so if you have any comment, you can add to that. But if it's okay, okay. It's okay, right? Yeah. Then I also needed to just throw something with respect to today, because I happen to be sitting on the seat that, you know, I have to respond to. So there are some initiatives that are going on within the NCA that probably the public needs to know. One of them is the digital transformation of the processes of NCA. So I can see. Yes, I just saw him. I don't want to let you go, sir, because you are here, and I know you really want to, because we have some questions here that I know you really like to contribute. So if you don't mind, sir, you can join us. No, it's okay, sir. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody wants to hear you too. I mean, you're so wonderful to us, you know. So, so the digital transformation. So we are in the process. The system has been procured. They call it MPIC. It's a regulatory software that was developed for regulators. Yes, thank you. For regulators. So this is a software that is used by Australia, is used by Sweden, is used by a lot of the European countries. They call it MPIC. So what we are going to achieve with that MPIC is that, you know, the digital license for pilots that many clients are using, we've gone very, very advanced. We've gone very, very advanced already on that. So we are now talking with the NIMSI so that the ID, the identity of the pilots and engineers and so on will be integrated into the system. So beyond the licensing, all our certification processes too, you get it will be, I'm leading that project, you know, will also be integrated into the MPIC system, you know, so that we have one single point of truth. So at this point, yes, we're excited to have the chairman, Air Peace. And you can never be too late. You're very important to us. And I'll make one statement, a general statement, in terms of the collaboration that you asked. I don't know how the Honorable Minister came about this, but he had 5-point agenda. 5-point agenda. Just 5. And they were not targeted at any particular agency. They were just targeted at the industry. And depending on which industry, which agency you belong to, you pick from that agenda. So one of them is regulatory compliance, and then improvement of the aviation rating that I said is 70%. The other one is infrastructure. And the infrastructure talks to the deficit in infrastructure, both in NAMA because of the obsolete equipment, and then the deficit in infrastructure with FAN because of the old aerodromes. The other one is capacity development. So both from the NCA side and from the NAMA side, we have a lot of aging air traffic controllers. You get it, that you don't know what happened, but it happened. It used to be a priority for the country, but at some point, it took the back seat. NCAD was set up, as I said, since 1964. All the pilots we are using were generated from NCAD. So the generator for qualified personnel is there, but the personnel are no longer being churned out. What happened? You know what happened? Because this is very strange. It's not acceptable. It's something that we have to revisit, the setup by law, enable it to work. We've shown that it has worked before. Okay. Then so I've mentioned the 3, yes. And yes. Yes, of traffic, okay. So let me go to Captain. I've called you Captain now. I think you can claim that, sir. Onyema. You're so much associated with airlines that, so I'm going to, okay. So what are the strategic measures taken by Air Peace to ensure continuous maintenance and airworthiness of aircraft? And what would you require the Federal Ministry of Aviation, NCA, FAN, NAMA, or NIMED to do as a matter of priority to enhance the safety and security of flight operations in Nigeria? Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Our amiable chairman of the board of FAN, the MD of FAN, please forgive me for coming late. You know, this industry is very, very tasking. I went to bed at about 6:30 a.m. this morning, and that's the reason why I'm here late, for reasons associated with operations. So I'm very sorry, the respectable audience here, for coming late. I hope I'm forgiven. Thank you.
You're forgiven, sir.
Engineer Balang, thank you for that question about what we do to, promote safety. In this industry, one is about safety. Two, safety. Three, safety is endless. Remember, I have a phobia for flying. I'm afraid of flying. And Captain Roland Iyayi knows that. I'm very afraid of flying. So afraid of flying. I don't know if Engineer Bolan is here. Because I'm afraid of flying, I run airpiece like a very fearful passenger. You know, the Nigerian passengers are very afraid of anything untoward in the air. The same way, I'm afraid of anything untoward. I still have phobia. So in 2014, when we established airpiece, I decided to, in my mind, to go for the best maintenance outfit anywhere in the world. I brought in a British company to be in charge of our line maintenance. And again, I engaged the world's most expensive, quote me, the world's most expensive MRO, or line maintenance provider, base maintenance provider, the Israeli Aerospace Industries. They're here in Nigeria 24/7, maintaining airpiece aircraft. But they're the world's most expensive, but at the same time, the best. So I went for them because I have phobia for flying. So when we talk about safety, all Nigerian airlines are actually safe because of the kind of oversight the NCAA brings upon us. It's unfortunate that in this part of the world, like I said yesterday, I'm sorry if some of you felt I was angry, but it had to be said, what I said yesterday. And I have no apologies for saying that, actually. Because in this country, we don't appreciate our own. If government helps you to do something and you praise government, they say, oh, you're a government apologist. Let me tell you, the greatest sin is the sin of ingratitude. That is the greatest sin under the sun. So if these Nigerian airlines are working tirelessly with all the blocks, everything put on their space to operate, yet they strive, the little they need is encouragement. And I'm very glad that this government is really out to encourage indigenous operators. And it's kudos to Mr. President. So when it comes to safety, NCAA, it begins with them. The kind of oversight NCA brings to bear on Nigerian airlines, nowhere in the world is that done. Sometimes we cry that they're overdoing it, but then you've seen the results. In the last 12 years or so, Nigerian airlines are no more falling out of the skies. So kudos to everybody involved. So, but coming to individual airlines, I'm not speaking for APs alone, I'm speaking for Airline Operators of Nigeria, AON, of which I'm the Vice President. We tell ourselves, gentlemen, the easiest way to get out of business is for you to cut corners when it concerns safety. Please, when you get to the airport, fly any Nigerian airline, be confident. Even the smallest of Nigerian airlines. I'm not talking about APs now. Even the smallest of Nigerian airlines. When it comes to safety, nobody jokes about it. Like I said, in my own case, I have phobia for flying, so I make sure everything is top-notch. Since I've floated APs, can anybody tell me if you've seen me on any other airline, both internationally and local? Even when APs was not flying international, I will use my 777 and go to wherever I want to go. When I went to Brazil on the entourage of Mr. President, I decided to only myself, one of my staff, and her friend, then of course Captain Najom of the DG NCA. We flew on my 777, an aircraft that could carry over 400 people, only 4 people inside. Because I'm always scared of flying, call it the best airline in this world. Because we know what we've put in the system. It gives me courage to do that. And I'm ready to do that with other Nigerian airlines because that fear of falling out of the sky, it has made us to be very, very wary of doing anything that can shortchange safety. But the most important thing we do is self-regulation. You don't wait for NCA to come and tell you everything. Engineer Balang, you were in the saddle. You were the general manager, airworthiness, when in one day I grounded 8 aircraft. Am I lying? I'm not lying. You know what happened? I was in the office one day, and they told me that the maintenance planner made a mistake on our 50-seater jets, those sleek 50-seater jets. We have 8 of them in APs. They said the maintenance planner made a mistake, something he was supposed to do. He didn't do it. Maybe one way or another, he claimed he did it. But we have a way of discovering these things. So I didn't believe that he may not have done it on the other planes. I picked my phone, I called NCA, the DG NCA, it was Nuhu. And I said, look, there's something I discovered in APs today. Somebody claimed to do what he didn't do. Therefore, I'm not satisfied with this. I want to take the permission from you because Nigerians will cry. People will cry all over Africa where those planes are. We are flying them. I'm going to ground those planes and send them back to a maintenance facility abroad. I grounded 8 planes with immediate effect, immediately, reporting myself to the NCA. I reported APs to the NCA. So he said, Alan Oyama, you're the only one that can do this. I did that because of safety. You don't wait for the regulator to always breathe on you. You do it yourself. So when we grounded it, we sent those planes, the boarded passengers from wherever they may be, ferried the aircraft empty back to Lagos. Even the ones that were about to take off, turned back, because that was my instruction. The moment you notice anything, take that kind of decision. It's very, very important. So we took those planes abroad, spending several millions of dollars. Some of them, they opened, they didn't see anything. But I satisfied myself. And for the sake of the flying public also. Because one incident can take you out, but it's not even about business alone. How about lives? How about lives? So it's not about business. So we thank the NCAA for the kind of oversight they have. they've brought to bear on Nigerian airlines. And at the same time, I thank my brother airlines because all of us are really after safety. Give it to Nigeria. Appreciate your own. Appreciate your own. What we are doing here, others don't do it. Let me tell you what happened in Heathrow. I mean, in Gatwick. The report came out from Gatwick. The captains here will help me. This decent, I've forgotten what they called it, but APIS came first. This approach, stabilized approach, whatever. Yeah, the report they released approach. After 1 year, APIS beat every other airline going into Gatwick. The report is there. If you go to there. But these are about safety. And they said, look, your pilots will come and teach others what they were doing, how they were able to achieve that. Believe in your own. Believe in Nigerian airlines. They're all doing very, very well when it comes to the issues of safety. They don't play games. They don't cut corners. Yes, maybe in the past, several years ago. But in the last 12 years, 13 years, it's been safety, safety, and safety. So we keep on. The issues of drug abuse, all over the world, every airline does random checks. But you know, it's not on the policy of any airline to give drugs to anybody. But they do random checks. We do random checks. Every airline does it. Recently, you saw the news about the incident in Port Harcourt, how the aircraft skidded off the wrong way. Yes, because a captain didn't do what he was supposed to do. But that was what happened, not because of any drug, because the drug issue was later cleared by the NCAA, who did the confirmatory test in the right laboratory. So it was the pilot's error to have landed where he was not supposed to land, even neglecting the co-pilot's advice. And that was the CRM, failure of CRM. And that we have reinforced and reinforced it going forward. And of course, you step down such pilots. So believe in the Nigerian airline industry. They are doing well, working assiduously to make sure it does not happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much, sir. And I think you've spoken the minds of the Nigerian airlines in most of the things that you've said. You know, and at this point, I want us to, we've gave the safety statistics of the Nigerian aviation industry. It's 1,000, I mean, one life is too much, of course, but it's 1,500 fatalities that we've recorded over 100 years. Just think about it. Is this industry safe? Is it unsafe? You know, can you trust it? Definitely you can trust it. You know, Nigeria has been on the ICAO Council since 1962. This is not by chance. It's not by chance. You know, I mean, we've been on that council since 1962. It means you are a critical contributor, you know, to the development of what? Air navigation, you know, in Nigeria. So, last words, two words, starting from.
She has a mic.
Go ahead. Two words. We ran out of time.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just want to talk about again a personnel and take the lead of one point that was mentioned here. He just mentioned that Nigeria have very good personnel that can qualify any other. We have shortage of personnel in this region, but we have also another problem. The very knowledgeable people also are reaching the retirement age, but we are not ensuring the transfer of knowledge. This is something also I want to emphasize. We have young people coming to this industry, and we are not ensured that we are putting them under the wing of this very knowledgeable personnel to absorb this knowledge. Thank you very much.
Yes, Engineer Balami.
Quickly, like I said earlier on, nobody from Europe or Asia or America will come and build the Nigerian industry. It is we that will do it ourselves. So in response to the challenges, what is the way forward? FAN has given us a long time ago. We're making effort now to see how we are going to start developing the hangar to expand so that we can meet the demands. Secondly, everybody here has been talking about manpower gap, whether it's in the NCAA or the Minister of Aviation when he came to declared open the Isaac Balami University of Aeronautics and Management last month. He personally asked us to start training air traffic controllers. What we've done is, because of the shortage of manpower, in the next 10 years, we need 29,000 pilots and 31,000 aircraft engineers to meet up with the demand of Africa alone, aside aviation managers. So the Isaac Balami University of Aeronautics is a response to that, where you graduate with your degree program. You have access, and NUC, by the way, with the support of the presidency, has tied the university to the aircraft hangar in Lagos. So from that 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, you come and do your practicals, aircraft structural repair, painting, engines overhaul, landing gear overhaul. And when you are graduating, you are not just finishing with the NCAA license, also with the European license, so you can fit in anywhere in the world. So this is what we are doing. And like I said, we have to do it ourselves. Nobody will do it for us. And I believe that the government, the financial institutions, will see the need to support such ventures. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nama, and then the regulator, yes.
Thank you. Two things. On the depth of personnel within the system, NAMA have put up a succession plan. We are currently training over 260-something cadets for air traffic controller in UNCAT, and we still have quite a number of them to go to UNCAT. So with the support of the Minister of Aviation and the management, we have set up a succession plan to have air traffic controller and air traffic safety engineers. Secondly, on the issue of technology and installation of equipment that are currently overgoing, maybe over age, we have quite a lot of engineers competitively maintaining this equipment, and they are reliable. I'm able to say that our airspace is safe, and it's trustworthy, and it's confidence enough to fly all passengers and any object in the air within the Nigerian airspace. Thank you.
Final words.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, in the words of General Muhammadu Buhari, NCA belongs to everyone and belongs to no one. And so, in other words, we're going to maintain our, state of impartiality, continue to hone our regulatory skills so that safety will be enhanced, and then the airspace will be safe. Thank you.
So finally, from everything we've gathered here, we have the assurance from data, this industry is safe. It is real data, hard data, it is safe. From the regulatory perspective, there have been a lot of feedback we've gotten. We are tweaking the regulations. We are going to address regulation on general aviation. We are going to address regulation on air taxi. We are going to address the regulation on even aerodrome certification to classify them, even AOC, aircraft age, and just all the pressing issues that are coming from the industry. We are going to deal with it. So final word from you? Okay.
Sorry, I was going to talk about manpower, the deficiency the status of manpower provision in the industry. One of the things that is making it very difficult to have manpower in the aviation industry at the level we all expect, like Engineer Balami had just said, having institutions turning out people. But another thing is, you have a university now. Some of these airlines would like to sponsor people, but the rate of attrition at which some of these people, after training them, absorbing them into the airline, the rate of attrition of their living, even with bonds, I mean, is too much. I'm sure APs has trained over 100 pilots. The next day, when they want to leave, they get down from the aircraft and go to the next airline. And with the advent of state airlines all over the place, that some of these state airlines are encouraging bad behavior. And that is the truth. Some of them are encouraging bad behavior. And when you complain to them that, look, you need to encourage good behavior. A situation where a pilot is under bond, to train one pilot will cost you over 50 million naira. And you bond the person. Some of them come from indigent families. You do this, you bond the person, the bond is still on, and the next day, he may not even give you notice. He just calls on you, oh, I'm not flying tomorrow and I'm out. And he goes to the next airline. Look at Qatar Airways. I like Qatar. They are principled. Some that went to Qatar said, I need a letter of discharge from your former employer. That is how it's supposed to be. But some of these airlines that are just cropped up, they encourage extreme bad behavior in the industry. And all of us are saying, no more. In APIS, I'm not ready to type-rate anybody. We are not type-rating anybody. You have to qualify. If your parents don't have the money, you have to go and borrow it so that the day you leave, I know that you came to us with your qualifications. So if you're leaving abruptly, at least that will give us comfort. And I'm speaking the minds of all the airlines because we had a meeting recently in Airway to address this. And we wrote to NCA, what is happening is, it's atrocious. These airlines spend millions, hundreds of millions in training manpower, pushing that manpower out there. At the end of the day, they don't serve you. The next airline puts 50,000 naira on top, they are gone. So, yeah, they are gone. They are gone. So these are the issues that we need to address holistically as an industry. Unless, if this is not done, to be honest, most of us prefer to go and bring the foreigners. You trust them more. Because when they sign a contract, they live up to their contract. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, yes, thank you very much. Nigeria is here to stay. We have the policy makers here, and I say there's an increase in attention with respect from the National Assembly, to our politicians to this. So, and I think it's not a peculiar problem. Even we, the regulators, are suffering the same kind of this thing to the airlines. The airlines are taking our. Yes.
Thank you very much,
It's the same
Engineer
industry.
Godwin.
So, but yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, please a round of applause for them,
Yes,
please.
clap for them,
What
yes.
we have
Thank
also done is we would include Mr. Allen Oyema in the next panel conversation because we know that he's a very passionate player in this sector. All right, I'd like to invite Mrs. Olubumi Kuku to join them for a group photograph very quickly, and then we'll prepare for the next technical session. But thank you so much. One thing is clear. The passion is there, and we're certain that we will continue to reinforce confidence in our skies because it's a very crucial part of this sector, reinforcing trust for Nigerians in the Nigerian skies. Thank you. Very quickly, I'd like to recognize the CEO of Quits Aviation Service. Please a round of applause for Uche Wajoku. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'd also like to recognize the Managing Director and CEO of Aero Contractors of Nigeria Limited, Captain Ado Sanusi, who will be joining the next panel conversation as well. Thank you very much for being here. Before I introduce a video that will play shortly, let me also reiterate that we have a B2B session that would happen that will start in the next 5 minutes. It doesn't interrupt what will be happening here. We have a B2B session that would happen at the Lavender Hall. So if you have any difficulties locating it, our hostesses will be more than happy to lead you to the room. It will be anchored by Ms. Adebola Agumbiade, Director Commercial and Business Development at FAN. We also have Director Cargo Services, Mr. Lekon Thomas. This is sponsored by Glovesley Pro Project, and we can take 7 sets. For the B2B sessions, we already have an existing meeting that would take place between the Liberian government and SACO. We also have another one between MOFI, which is Ministry of Finance Incorporated, and interested parties. So if you're interested, you can please go to the Lavender Hall. But that does not stop what is happening here. We have an existing one between the Liberian government and SACO. We also have another one between MOFI, that is Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Very quickly, we want to showcase investment opportunities in Ondo State. We have a video. After the video plays, I would respectfully invite on stage the representative of Ondo State that is here. He's the business director of business development and investment management, Dr. Femi Akarakiri, will come up stage. So can we have the video from Ondo State play right now? Thank you.
My name is Dr. Loki Orimisu, and I'm the governor of Ondo State. If you are looking for a destination where vision meets value, where policy meets potential, and where profits align with purpose, the place is Ondo State. Located in the southwestern corridor of Nigeria. Let me tell you why. Ondo leads the nation in cocoa production, contributing over 40% to Nigeria's total output. The state boasts expansive cultivation opportunities in cassava, rice, oil palm, cashew, and many more. Ample arable land means massive potential for agribusiness investment. Ondo is blessed with natural gas infrastructure, plus a growing momentum in renewable energy, with solar farms and hybrid power solutions expanding across the state. We boast of commercial bitumen deposits, the largest in Africa. And with the port of Ondo poised to be Nigeria's next deep-sea gateway, we are a future hub for export-driven industry, maritime support, and offshore services logistics. Recently, the state signed a memorandum of understanding for a 500,000 barrel per day modular refinery. At the heart of Ondo State industrial vision is the Industrial Hub, a public-private partnership zone designed for manufacturing, car and truck assembly, food processing, textiles, independent power plants, and logistics. Our business reforms are active, and at present we have achieved the following. 1. Company registration time slashed by 60%. 2. Land titling streamlined. 3. Tax incentives available for priority sector. 4. A dedicated one-stop investment center called ONDIPA to walk investors from handshake to groundbreaking. Our target is to create over 200,000 direct and over 1 million indirect jobs in Ondo State through manufacturing by year 2030. And I can tell you, we are on track. Our solid mineral sector is a hidden giant. Ondo State is rich in silica, limestone, granite, kaolin, gold, and more. In tourism and technology, our state is home to the majestic Idori Hills, a UNESCO World Heritage listed site and one of the most captivating ecotourism destinations in West Africa. Our long, pristine coastline offers prime potential for beach resorts, film villages, and hospitality developments. Meanwhile, our young, educated population is pushing the digital economy forward with new tech hubs and fintech solutions emerging fast. Now, our economy is thriving. Ondo State GDP sits at over 2.3 trillion naira and still growing steadily. We rank among Nigeria's top 5 safest states with a proactive and locally driven security architecture, the Amotekun Corps, supporting the established security organizations. And yes, we have made ease of doing business a top priority, from land reforms to legal protection. We are building a culture that rewards risk, respect capital, and accelerate returns. To our potential investors, Ondo State is ready for you. This is a place where partnership is valued, where your investment has meaning, and where your growth is guaranteed by our commitment, not just policy. I therefore invite you to partner the Ondo State Development and Investment Promotion Agency, ONDIPA, our gateway to opportunities and your guide through every stage of your investment.
All right, that's a video from the Sunshine State, Ondo State. Thank you very much. Ondo State is saying that they are open and ready for business. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. I had earlier announced that we'd have a speaker, but we'll take that speaker later. Just to again further reiterate that we have the B2B sessions that have started, and it would be on for next couple of minutes. So if you're interested, we have one currently between the Liberian government and SACO. Then there's another one between the Ministry of Finance Incorporated and any other interested party. It's happening at the Lavender Room. If you're interested, please speak to any of our hostesses. They'll lead you there. It's sponsored by one of our sponsors, Glovesley Pro Project, and will be anchored by Ms. Adebola Agumbiade and Mr. Lekon Thomas, who is Director Cargo Services. We're moving on to our next session, and this time around we will be speaking to airline profitability and cost optimization, very crucial as well. We have a keynote speaker, a moderator who will steer the conversation, and of course, members of the panel. I'll start by introducing our moderator, then the panelists, and I'll bring up our keynote speaker who will start the conversation and speak for 10 minutes. Then the panel will be for 30 minutes very strictly. Thank you. Our moderator is the President, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association of Nigeria, Dr. Alex Onwuba. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. I'm honored to invite on stage the distinguished members of this conversation, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Fidelity Bank, Dr. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. We also have the Managing Director and Chief Executive at Aero Contractors of Nigeria Limited, Captain Ado Sanusi. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. President and CEO, Top Brass Aviation Limited, Captain Roland Iyayi, is also joining this conversation. Chief Executive Officer of Waka Now Nigeria, Mrs. Adenike Macaulay, is also joining this conversation. Let's give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, panel is constituted. We will now start with a key paper presentation that will be delivered by the Chief Executive Officer of IBOM Air, Mr. George Uresi. A round of applause for Mr. George Uresi. Just to again emphasize that we have 10 minutes for the key paper presentation and 30 minutes for the panel conversation. We will like to keep to time very strictly. I will serve as your accurate timekeeper and would ensure that we stay within time. Thank you very much. Your time starts now.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're just driving as fast as possible to session 2. We want to very kindly beg of us to just borrow us your attention as full as possible.
Thank you.
As much as possible, correction. There's water behind in case you want to just have some water for hydration. Thank you very much. Again, join us, welcome the lead speaker, Mr. George Uresi. One round of applause for him.
Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Board of FAN, and my dear sis Bumi, MD FAN, my very distinguished colleagues up here, including my banker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the way they've been threatening us to make this thing happen very quickly, I'm wondering, you already gave me 10 minutes now, so I'll do it in the 10 minutes. I had actually planned to present and control the presentation, but they took the thing from me, and I don't know where it's being done, but I hope you can see me, and when I say click, just move it. I was told to speak on airline profitability and cost optimization. Very interesting topic. But let's go. If you click, I'll be able to quickly set the tone for this discussion. Thank you. Click, click, click to the end of this thing. You see why it's better for me to do it myself. Stop, stop, go back, go back. Oh, no. The orthodox playbook is, you know, you would expect that somebody talking about airline profitability will talk about profit is equal to revenue minus costs, costs are aircraft fuel, etc. Profitability is measured through these things, and the factors that influence airline profitability are yield, fuel, etc. But I'm not a university lecturer. Move on, please. So I'm going to tackle it from a slightly different perspective. I'm going to say airline profitability and cost optimization from a uniquely Nigerian airline perspective. And I call it navigating an obstacle course. The airline on its own, if you want to have an airline, you have to have aircraft. So you get aircraft, very expensive, and then for you to operate it, you have to fuel it. And once you start to fuel it, you have to maintain it also because you're operating. And there are lots of overheads. I'm just setting the tone for this profitability discussion. There are lots of overheads. But the airline in the air transport ecosystem is the heavy lifter. One more click. The airline, the aircraft manufacturer manufactures aircraft, and it manufactures aircraft for billions of dollars ahead because it knows airlines will buy them. Airlines will buy them because lessors and financiers expect the airlines to come and take money from them to buy the aeroplane. So the manufacturer makes money, the lessors and the financiers make money. The insurers, they know that they will come and insure the aeroplanes. They make money, but the money is reliant on the airline. The fuelers, they will supply fuel, but the airlines must pay them for it. The service providers, such as ground handlers, caterers, everybody must supply, and the airlines will pay them for this. The industry has plenty fees and charges. I'll tell you about them just now. The person who's paying for all these people to be doing all of these things is the airline. And the conundrum of a Nigerian airline is doing all of this, earning in dollars, earning in naira and paying in dollars. And so we seem to be in perpetual survival mode. But let's unpack this. Carry on. Okay. Stop. Aircraft are very expensive. So you take a new aircraft like some of us are now buying. The cheapest you probably get is $50 million. Most of it is $80 million and above. We operate the same aircraft with our colleagues across the world. But let me take my airline as an example. We operate the Airbus A220. It's one of the most modern aircraft in the world. We buy them brand new. A fellow airline in Europe will secure financing for his aircraft at about 3 or 4%. We will secure financing for ours, as you know now, around 30%. The guy in Europe will have his financing for 15 years. We will have ours for 7 years. So imagine how much we are paying. So the person who's operating the same aeroplane with me in Europe, who's paying $100 for his aeroplane every month, I'm paying $500 for my aeroplane every month. But thank goodness we have our bankers, they're able to finance our aeroplanes. So we are able to benefit to buy new aeroplanes. And recently, a lot of effort has been put in because we went to the minister listened to us, and he has done a lot of things to reduce the cost of aircraft acquisition. Move on to the next one. Now, my colleague in Europe pays about half of what I pay in insurance for the same levels of risk. I challenge them now. Why do they say that they place a lot of risk on Nigeria? Why? Why? The risk is exactly the same. But because, for some reason, this is Nigeria, I have to pay twice what my colleague in Europe pays for insurance. Now, imagine that. Already, you have your hand tied behind your back. You're operating aircraft, the same aircraft, though, very expensively. You're insuring it very expensively. Again, we must acknowledge the efforts of the current Minister of Aviation, who listened and has been acting, trying to remove these bottlenecks. Next, please. Then, of course, we operate within a very, very, very difficult environment. Infrastructure limitations. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just putting out the facts. Many of the airports still do not support the full utilization of aircraft, in a nutshell. ATC, look at what is happening in Abuja right now. ATC has decided to default to procedural approach management instead of radar. Abuja is a very, very, very busy airspace in Nigeria. They keep the aeroplanes in the air for far longer. There's a lot of communication with so many different aeroplanes during the capacity waves, which is a safety issue. Our pilots are raising that every minute. And the flight to Abuja is taking so much longer. The flight out of Abuja, you are sitting down there for 20 minutes holding before you can use the runway. If you count how much impact on fuel that has on the airline, it's huge. And I'm appealing to NAMA. I've done that through other channels, but I'm appealing again. You can help the airlines. Use the radar now. I know you are trying to train ATCs, but you can't be training ATCs in Abuja during peak all the time. Airlines are suffering. We're paying unnecessarily more. How do you get profitable like that? Now, the charges and taxes that you do everywhere, let me just use Lagos-Accra as just a small example. An airline starts Lagos-Accra. Just recently now, our friends, United Nigeria, joined us in that merry ecosystem of Lagos-Accra. Before you even put your price, you already have $185 of taxes that you must pay. Before you price your ticket, that $185 will soon become around almost $200, because very soon, on the 1st of December, NCA is adding $11.50, that's $23. So that will become $200 already there before you put your price for your flight. And your price will have to cover ground handling, fuel, the operating cost of the flight, landing fees, overflight charges. You haven't even factored all those in. So by the time you are putting a price that makes sense, that can cover this, cover your costs, and still probably give you 1 cent, it's already very expensive for the average traveler. Something really has to. I was hoping that Funke would be here. I told her to be here. I wanted to show her this practically, and I have a lot of information to give to her. You can't fly in Africa like this. You can't. Then they say the airlines are charging. How won't you charge when before you even put price, you already have to pay $200? You know, please move on. Then, of course, maintenance and insurance, they are paid in dollars, apart from paying for aeroplane. This thing of maintaining our aeroplane outside is unsustainable. It will kill all of us. Every time you're going to have one aeroplane now in Europe, before you start, they tell you, the estimate is $1.5 million for this check. I guarantee you, every time you go, you end up paying closer to $3 to $4 million at the end of it. Because once they open the aeroplane, this and that and that and that, and before you know it, you end up paying 2.8, 3.5 for each check. It's unsustainable. Insurance is paid for in dollars. Oh, sorry, I forgot to remove that. I was going to show you our chart to make you understand the impact of all of these things. We have, since 2019 when we started, we have an 88% compounded average growth rate in revenue. 88%. Even this year it's going to go higher. But that is in Naira. So the Naira is going like this. But what do you think the dollar revenue is going? It's probably going like this, because the more Naira you make, the less dollars it is, as Nigeria has unfolded over the last few years. I was going to put the chart, but I said, no, why should I give people expo? I didn't do it. So now, import tariffs has been a very important thing. It was 1.5, and then the previous government of President Buhari took the 1.5 away, but the government announced it at the top. The people that did not implement it, they were still holding us to the 1.5. if an aircraft is $50 million, imagine what the tariff of 1.5% of that is. Imagine then the government saying, I've removed it so that I can free you up. The people who are collecting say they are not aware of the removal. You are still paying. Abi Oga Allen, didn't you pay? But, you know, thank God that has passed. And then in the tax regime that's coming out, they've increased it to 4%. Imagine 4% of 50 million, for heaven's sake. But again, our listening minister has said, no, let me intervene. And the intervention appears to have granted us the reprieve of that 4%. But they are also bringing back VAT, 7.5% VAT. Then, of course, if people don't know all this one, you have to contribute for your employees' pension, National Social Insurance Trust Fund, they take 1% of your payroll. The Industrial Training Fund takes 1% of your payroll. They are harassing you as if you don't commit crime to bring this money. So we're talking about airline profitability. I'm telling you the things that are impacting on the ability to operate profitably. That we continue to operate is great. And then finally, can you move on, please? I don't know whether it's here or it's there. Oga or Madam. There you go. So that's it. We have to deal with all of these and then move on to the next slide. Let me just move on. So, stop. What can we do to navigate this obstacle course? The first one is to try to get cheaper aircraft financing. It is the biggest problem. If you see my management accounts, the line for finance costs is huge. That is direct profit. If we were not paying those heavy finance costs, we would be such a massively profitable airline. So we need to do something about that. And I'm pleased that a lot of work is being done in the background to get there. And I continue to thank our bankers for what they've done. We have to start maintaining our aircraft, if not by ourselves, but inside our country. We are being scammed. We are being taken advantage of. Every time we maintain our aeroplanes outside, it makes it difficult to even plan properly. And then we ourselves, the airlines, need to be more productive in our utilization of our aircraft. For instance, let me show you one of the things very clearly. If you just tap, tap, tap for me, tap, 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 tap to the end. Yeah. Yeah. The rest of the world uses our aeroplanes plus minus 10 hours a day. We use our aeroplanes between 5.5 and 6 hours a day. That's about 6 sectors a day. So if we could even do 8 sectors a day, we would do much better. Because what has happened is that at the end of the year, we are doing 1,080 less flights per aircraft for a year than our average competitor elsewhere. For many reasons, including infrastructure, including all the limitations that come up. Here's the impact of that. Next slide. Tap, 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 tap for me to the end. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we are not able to utilize our aeroplanes, we do 720 less flights per aircraft a year versus all our competitors elsewhere in the world. And if it's just 5 million naira per flight of revenue you get, we lose per aircraft 3.6 billion naira a year. My airline has 9 aircraft. Imagine 9 times 3.6 billion. And these are the things that we can unleash this industry with. We are not doing. So profitability in the Nigerian airline context is this. And then, of course, one more thing. Go to the next slide. Tap. Being small is the most dangerous thing an airline can be. You are always on the verge of falling out. We need to grow. 3, 4, 5, 6 aircraft airlines, not going to work. You will go out of business. You have to climb as quickly as possible to 10, 11, 12, 15, 20 aircraft and beyond for you to have a chance of being a sustainably successful airline and being a profitable entity. You have to. So all of us must move away from being small. Smallness is dangerous for the longevity of the airline. And then the last slide. We need to plead with government to help us reduce the plethora of fees and charges. They are taking a huge toll on our ability to be profitable going concerns. And then, of course, lobby strongly for the reduction of the exorbitant regional fees and charges. They make flying around Africa a very, very daunting experience. We can change the game. It's about having the will, and when we eventually have the will, we will. Oh, okay, something was wrong with it. When we eventually have the will, I believe that we'll make a way. But all I want to say is that to successfully operate an airline in Nigeria profitably, it's not easy. In 2024, we would have been a fantastically successful, profitable business. But for all these things I just showed you now, but we still made the profit, and I think we will still do that in 25. But imagine if all these things were not there. Just imagine. And I'm sure it applies to all of my colleagues in the airline business. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next slide.
Conversations.
That's the context. And I hope I've set a good tone for the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, industry leaders, and passionate advocates for Nigerian aviation. I respectfully request to adhere to the existing protocols which are well established in this gathering. I'd like to thank the CEO of IBOM for such a wonderful presentation that deals with the issues. I would also like to specially recognize the chairman of the FAN board, His Excellency Dr. Abdullahi Omar Ganduje, OFR, the managing director of FAN, Mrs. Olubumi Koko, our host, all other agency heads, and a special recognition also to the fourth estate of the realm, our indispensable partners in communication and public enlightenment. I would like to thank FAN for hosting this well-presented and positive event, the Fnac 2025. As for this panel, I call the theme Flying Against the Naira, as we discuss the subject of unlocking airline profitability and cost optimization in Nigeria. As an industry, we stand at a critical juncture that is the very lifeblood of commerce and national integration. Our panel today, Aircraft Profitability and Cost Optimization, is not an academic exercise. It is a conversation about survival, as you've heard, growth, and the crucial role air travel plays in our economy. The fundamental financial reality, as you've heard, for Nigerian carriers is that revenue is in Naira and 70% of the costs are in dollars. We heard earlier about the terms in which, and I need to break this down so that we can discuss this more fully. Profitability here means the airline's ability to generate revenue that consistently outpaces the exceptionally high and volatile operating costs driven by exogenous shocks. This profitability is severely challenged, as you heard, by taxes, levies, which are directly passed to the customer, increases the final price ticket, making air travel a luxury and suppressing market demand and growth. As for optimization, it is the strategic continuous search for efficiency that does not compromise safety, and we heard about that in the last panel, or regulatory compliance. It means fundamentally changing the cost structure by exploring local MROs to eliminate expensive overseas checks, as you just heard, finding affordable long-term financing, and leveraging technology to eliminate inefficient processes. This panel has assembled a truly unique and powerful set of perspectives to address these issues. Our discussion here will cover three thematic areas: capital and financing, operational efficiency and policy, revenue and distribution. The objective is clear: to move Nigerian aviation from an industry of high risk and short cycles to one of stable, scalable, and sustainable profitability. So we commenced the discussion. I will start with Dr. Onyali Ikpe, MD CEO of Fidelity Bank. I will run a couple of questions by you before I go to others. First of all, I need to congratulate you on your leadership at Fidelity Bank in providing access to critical funding, has already been acknowledged by the airlines, particularly for new startups, which is usually an area of concern. We need you to provide us with a crucial perspective on how the financial sector can underwrite the success of Nigerian aviation. So my first question to you is, the Nigerian aviation industry has advocated for an aviation bank to provide specialized funding. From a commercial banking perspective, is this possible in Nigeria? What will be the core benefits, risk pooling, single-digit rates, and how can this practically be achieved?
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, and I want to say a very big thank you to the CEO of FAN, Mrs. Kuku, and the chairman, Laji Ganduje. Thank you very much for putting this together. We all know, and of course, a good morning to the industry leaders, my dear MD, chairman of EPIS, Chief Allen Onyema, and my dear big customers. This is an industry I'm very familiar with because I can pride ourselves that Fidelity has been the bank that took the lead when it looked impossible to finance the industry. But like you said, it's been spoken to earlier on, so let me not dwell on that. But at that time, we saw the need to support the industry because, as you well know, transportation is a very important, a critical success factor for development. If you can't go from here to Kano, there's no how you're going to be able to do your business in Kano because they're not going to go by road. And of course, we all know what's happening on the road. So it became important to support the industry at a time when the traveling community was growing exponentially. And of course, you could see the pressure on the airlines because they can't meet up with the demand of movement. So we needed to do something. So we came up at that time and de-risked the industry. And now a lot of banks have joined, but we did all the heavy lifting because we needed to put structures that would help us and help them to make the transactions bankable. And we're very happy that we got very fantastic results from our airlines, from Airpeace, from eBomb, from all of them, and everything is working smoothly. And we don't have any reason to go back to what happened several years ago when the industry the bank suffered heavy losses from the airlines. So we're past all of that, and we didn't want to dwell on that, and we looked forward. So thank you very much. So now let's go into what you asked specifically, which is the aviation banking, aviation bank. That would be a dream come true because obviously the biggest problem of the industry is commercial financing. That is financing by the commercial banks. It's absolutely impossible for a commercial bank to lend at 9%. It's not possible. Why? Because the MPR is even at 27%. People who come to put deposits with you ask for 20%. So it is just not possible for banks to lend at single digits. But the industry needs to borrow at single digits to keep up with the kind of expense they have to deal with. That is the truth. It's not going to favor me if there's an aviation bank because I will probably not make as much spread. But in the interest of the country and everything that is good and humanity, the airlines need to borrow at single digits. Because the nature of the infrastructure that they need, which is their assets, are very huge. You just heard the kind of figures, and those figures are real. So if they have to borrow that kind of money, they need 10 to 15 years to pay back, even longer. Okay, so only the aviation bank or a support of some sort by the federal government under the developmental finance can do that. The commercial banks cannot lend at 9% from their own balance sheet. So we need to have this aviation bank, if possible. We will help with it because definitely even the aviation bank will need guarantees from us, like that of BOI. Okay? That's why we now come in as a bank, to make sure that the criteria are met by the bank, by the airlines, to make sure that we guide them to meet the what you call the structure that the DFI would want. Because if they don't meet it, they will not be able to borrow even from the aviation bank. Because I imagine that the aviation bank will work the same way that the BOI works. But this time around, it is skewed specifically to that industry. So that would help. And if they do, they would not lend directly to them because it will be a government bank. They would lend to us, they would give to us to now lend to them. And we will normally do what we do with the BOI. And BOI has worked fantastically well. And I'm also aware that BOI is also lending money, is also giving money recently to airlines. So that helps as well. So in that blend, our duty will be to try to get as many facilities as we can for the airlines from the Bank of Industry. But what I don't know if they have enough to support the industry because it's very cash heavy. The figures are very big. I mean, just how much it takes to buy an aircraft. So what am I saying that, in effect, that we will need this low-cost funding structure from a bank like Aviation Bank, or from BOI, or from AFC, and all those, but all of them will need guarantees from the bank. So we'll continue to provide the guarantee to them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You actually did answer 3 of my questions in one, which is because of your experience in the aviation sector. Yes. I was going to go towards achieving that single-digit rate, but you've already explored that as well. The other thing might be alternative funding arrangements from a standpoint of a banker. What would you consider would be specific alternative funding arrangements, such as aviation bonds, structured finance, or mandated intervention funds that are most viable for Nigerian carriers to secure large-scale, long-term capital?
Fantastic. I think that I would rather answer this question this way. What do you consider to be the alternative funding arrangement? For me, and from my experience, it's the dry lease. And that's been a game changer. And I want to thank our minister. I call him the action minister. I saw a different Nigeria in Dublin when we went to negotiate these loans, this structure. They tried very hard to tell us about the challenges in our country. And he stood strong and told them the challenges are global. It's not only Nigeria. So please, let us not be demonizing Nigeria. That is just as bad in other places. And we broke it down one after the other. And the good news is that today, the dry lease arrangement has been approved for airpeace. So our job would be to, why would that be? Because of course they're the oldest, the most experienced, and they're more structured, they're a bit more, they've been on this for a long time. So our job will be to try to curate the other airlines to qualify for the, because it's a very tall order. You know what it means for them to give you a $60 million assets to run without their, because the difference between a dry lease and a wet lease is that when it's a wet lease, they charge a lot more. When you have a dry lease, you have you save over 30%. Dr. Al, am I correct? Over 30% of your cost of on the assets. Do you understand? So to do that, you would have to meet some criteria, insurance and all of that. There was also another problem about our insurance in Nigeria. That was where the minister told them that Nigeria is not any worse than other places and all that. And eventually, we won the argument after a long dragged out. But a lot of there was a lot of work done on both our legal framework as well as our policies to align with what they wanted. And this was done over a period of time. And the good news is that that, for me, is the easiest way to put this aircraft in the hands of the airlines. That's one. But it may take a long time for some to get there in terms of the things that they've asked for that we put together for them. So alternatively, what we have done as well as a bank that's leading in this structure, in this space, is that through our Fidelity Bank London, Feed Bank London, we are exploring avenues of getting funding from DFIs in Europe. Europe is particularly cheap because you can get 3%, 4% funds there. Once we do that, we will raise an SBLC to our bank in London. London will now situate the facility. So that's the facility structure that we're looking at that will go a very long way to help. We have a new leadership in London now, and he we sat down and explored this. So they are looking at it, and we believe there'll be some success very soon on that. That will be another alternative funding structure that will help. And then thirdly, the government just approved the NCGC guarantee structure for the SMEs. We've also said that we think, and what this does is that it's a guarantee scheme where the government guarantees 60% of whatever the bank lends to SMEs. What this will do in the aviation industry as well will be that at least it will make it easier for the banks to lend, knowing that their risk is only really 40%. The government has a shock absorbed 60%. This will help, even though this may not do so much in terms of the interest rate, but at least it would make the banks a little bit more comfortable in terms of the risk involved in the aviation industry. So having said that, I believe that the needle has moved significantly to the positive. Do you understand? And just a little while from now, it will be a lot easier. Thank you.
With what you said, we really must acknowledge AP's leadership in creating
because
the
if they failed, all the other people will not be able to get what. So they were very difficult times, and they stood strong and firm through COVID and all of that. But we too give our own. We too stood strong. Thank you.
Finally, let me ask you this: from a financial risk perspective, how does the unpredictable introduction of new regulatory levies and multiple taxes increase the sovereign risk perception, making Nigeria's airlines less attractive borrowers for commercial banks?
This problem is a perennial problem in every industry. It's not just the aviation industry. What this does is that it even makes the people that we're talking to, the DFIs that we're talking to outside Nigeria, to be worried about the changes every day. Today, one new levy, tomorrow another levy, and all of that. So it doesn't help just the perception of the fact of instability. It puts out the perception of instability in the lending. So you are telling them that this is the cash flow, this is the model for the next 10 years. And 1 year into the model, there's a totally different new taxation that will torpedo everything. So it's like I said, it's the problem for every industry, not just aviation. And another good thing that has happened is that with the new tax laws that are going to take off in January, I think they tried to put it together so that this multiple taxation will be taken care of. So I believe that things are only getting better. It can only get better. So I think the new tax law is trying to mitigate against it's trying to mitigate against multiple taxation, which is a major issue before now.
Well, I would like to thank you for your financial innovation. That's what's gotten us to this point. I'll move on to Roland Iyayi, President of Top Brass. Roland, what do you think are the key restrictions and historical precedents, including the legal framework, perception, like issues of trapped funds, that currently prevent Nigerian airlines from accessing truly low-cost long-term funding from global financial markets?
Thank you very much. In terms of long-term funding in the global commercial markets, basically, it is a bit difficult for Nigerian airlines to access such funds simply because typically such funds require in-country guarantees. And like we've had in the past with a local airline, where the financial sector is unstable, invariably it impacts adversely on the local airline. When a local airline goes abroad, secures offshore funding using US Exim Bank, for instance, which requires in-country guarantees. Such guarantees in Nigeria are required by a local bank to start with. The local bank gives a guarantee. Now, if for whatever reasons that local bank, for instance, exceeds their obligor limits, for instance, and the CBN requires, for instance, that that particular bank pull in such guarantees, those guarantees are converted to loans. So what that means essentially is the local airline now is servicing 2 loans. Now, imagine having a 4.5% rate offshore and then being asked to pay another 26% local or 30% local. So invariably, the competitive edge is no longer there. And invariably, the burden is like more than not, the local airline will fail. And that's basically where we are at this point.
Let me turn to you, Madam Adenike. Waka now places you at the intersection of consumer demand and digital distribution, offering a crucial data-driven perspective on revenue maximization and market potential. As a major distributor, what is your data-backed assessment of the demand elasticity for air travel in Nigeria? Specifically, what is the impact of a 10,000 naira increase in the average ticket price driven by taxes on the total volume of tickets sold?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to FAN for recognizing the importance of, I would say, the retail part of travel in such a discourse. To your question, the elasticity of demand and the impact of a 10,000 naira increase on a tax-driven increase. I mean, passengers don't really care whether it's tax or it's the base fare, right? They care about what is coming out of their pockets. I would start by saying travel demand in Nigeria today is relatively inelastic. And the reason for this is today about 55% of all of the travel, both international and local air travel by air, is pseudo-essential. It's business travel. Another 20% of that is medical related. Another 30% is now VFR, visit friends and relatives, and then the rest leisure. Those pseudo-essential parts of travel will, would I say fortunately or unfortunately, happen regardless of a 10,000 naira increase. And we've seen that in the last 2-3 years with the volatility of the rate of exchange of the dollar to the naira. We've seen a double and sometimes triple-digit increase in average ticket price. However, we haven't seen a triple-digit decline in passenger numbers. I don't think we have 2024 passenger numbers yet, but 2023, we're almost at 16 million, a slight growth to 2022. It was also very evident after COVID, where we saw the rebound of travel from Nigeria. Nigeria was one of the markets where we saw the fastest rebound in travel. This is because majority of the travel that still happens in Nigeria is inelastic, it's pseudo-essential. It will happen regardless. It doesn't mean that there is now no impact of the 10,000 naira increase, because there is. And that impact is felt more on those travel where there's alternatives, particularly the local carriers and the local travel. International travel from Nigeria is really more elastic, but local travel is where you see much more of an impact when you see those types of increases. But generally, demand in Nigeria is really not a challenge when it comes to travel. As Waka now, we sell 1 in every 5 tickets from the agency perspective that flies through and out of Nigeria. So these are data-backed points that I'm making. Demand is not a challenge because today, under 10% of the population of Nigeria is traveling by air. Under 10%. 16 million was the last official numbers that we have in a country of over 200 million. So air travel is still somewhat restricted to the upper middle class. And by virtue of that, the reason behind their travel is what makes that decision a bit inelastic in the face of a slightly increased average ticket price, which we have actually seen in the last couple of years. For me, the focus of such a conversation is how do we make distribution for the airlines a bit more efficient? How do we increase the bucket of what is even being sold to travelers? How do we make their experiences traveling through the Nigerian airports value for money? How do we ensure that that 10,000 naira extra that they're paying translates into a more seamless experience in our Nigerian airports. I'm glad to see every time, I travel quite frequently, and every time I travel, particularly through the Lagos airport here, we see new developments, which makes traveling through Nigeria a bit more seamless. What is of more importance to the traveling public is the value they get out of every naira that they are putting towards that trip. Not necessarily the extra 10,000 naira, because at the end of the day, there is often a business, 60, 70% of the travel always has, I would say, a business objective behind it. So there is also an opportunity cost if that trip does not happen. But like I said, demand from Nigeria is not the problem. The real focus should be how do we ensure that every naira that the traveling public pays to travel in Nigeria, and growing very fast. IATA projects the fastest growing travel demand out of Africa for the next couple of years. So the opportunity exists. How do we make the ecosystem a bit more friendly for the airlines, for long-term sustainability? How do we ensure that the traveling public enjoy and get value for every naira, albeit additional, that they pay to travel within and out of Nigerian airports?
Thank you, thank you. You hit on the points. I'll come to you, Captain Sanusi. I'm going to take you on cost optimization, because that's the different space. How would you say that Aero currently leverages technology and digital processes, e.g. direct booking, crew scheduling software, maintenance planning, to achieve internal cost control and reduce operational friction that traditional paper-heavy carriers often incur?
Thank you very much. And the chairman of the board of FAN, Dr. Ganduji, and MD of FAN, thank you very much for putting this together. I would like, if I may, to touch upon something different before I dive into that. I think we've all agreed that running an airline in this space and being profitable is extremely difficult. We've all established the fact. And I think what we should discuss more is, why is it extremely difficult? Why can't we decide and make it easy, and then we can have a sustainable aviation industry? What I believe is we all contribute to airlines being non-profitable or being extremely non-profitable. Be it FAN, be it NCAA, be it NAMA, be it NIMET. There is all the contribution that makes the airline operation not to be profitable. I would like to dive a little bit into each of them. Let me start with the regulators. Apart from safety oversight, they have economic regulation. And unfortunately, if you do a lot of safety oversight, you tend to forget about the economic regulations. And when you do a lot more, and the airlines pay for it, then you are eating into some of the profit that the airlines would have made. Infrastructure. If FAN has an infrastructural deficit, which we all know over the years, and there is a delay, let's say early morning delays, all flights are being delayed because of, let's say, processing of passengers. That translates to the airline a delay of 1 hour, 2 hours, which the NCA will come back to the airline and say you have to pay compensation to the passengers. That also eats into the airline's profit. Then we go to NIMET. If they don't give you an accurate weather report for, let's say, Calabar, I'm taking off from Abuja, full house, and then I'm way into the flight, and then they tell me Calabar weather is bad. I have to fly back to Abuja. That eats into my profit. Finally, NAMA. When, as my brother here, George says, when they are trying to train cadets, but they do it in such a way that it is at the peak period, when we spend more time in the air, burning fuel. again, that eats into our profit. So I think we all know that we all contribute to the airline's non-profitability. And I believe one of the things that we should take away is we must do something. My appeal is, apart from the 5-point agenda the ministry has, I believe we should have a genuine reform of the aviation sector based on sustainability. We have had reforms, but I don't think they were genuine. We have had roadmaps. I don't think they have led us to anywhere near where we're supposed to be. Now we're having 5-point agenda or agenda points. I don't think that is enough. I believe we should have a genuine reform for the aviation sector to provide us with a sustainable aviation growth in the next 20, 30 years. Because if not, we're going to have the same problems reoccurring again. That's my appeal. Now back to your question. Of course, any airline that does not embrace technology, or any MRO that does not embrace technology, will definitely have a big challenge. With the AI coming in, what we have done in aero contractors is try to adapt as much as we can the new technologies in place. So the use of paperless work cards, use of iPads, but again, we have to go back to the regulator. The regulator must approve all these things. Even inside the cockpit, the use of flight bag, electronic flight bag, we have to go back to the regulator to approve these things. Is the regulator ready to do that? So you cannot be as more efficient as your system you have been in. So you must carry along the regulator to ensure that all these technologies that we will harness and use to enhance safety, the regulator also can have an oversight over you. So yes, aero contractors are looking at AI, we're looking at paperless technology in our maintenance, but we have to, because let me give you an instance. If my engineer now on the hangar is using an iPad, the first thing a regulator comes, an inspector comes, they say, where's your manual? Well, it's in the iPad. Well, how about if the iPad dies? You know, those are the things that we must make sure that the regulator understands before we introduce into the country, into our system. So I believe the future is very bright, and I believe that if we do not embrace the technology, we'll be left behind. But it's very important that we take it from here, that we must have a genuine reforms that will address this non-sustainability growth in aviation industry. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a few more questions because this is a very important element. We spent quite a bit of time with the bank because money is one of the bigger issues. But we may summarize by saying this. We spent this time dissecting the anatomy of airline finance in a very highly constrained environment. The takeaway is clear. Airline profitability is not simply an operational challenge. It is a multifaceted challenge encompassing finance, regulatory, and infrastructure ecosystem issues. The solution is not just about cost cutting, it's also about collaborative risk mitigation. It requires banks, airlines, regulators, and technology providers to work together to reduce the structural dollar-dependent costs, stabilize the operating environment, and make ticket prices accessible to the Nigerian populace. The future of Nigerian aviation rests on our collective efforts and our ability to move beyond short-term fixes and implement long-term policy-backed and financially innovative solutions. Thank you, distinguished panelists. We will now turn to the audience. Do we have time for questions? So we will, like in the tradition, take 2 questions. We would like to keep these questions focused on the core themes, which are financing, operational policy, and revenue generation. So we have 1 question here. Do we have another? And a second question there. Thank you very much.
Quick one, please. We're taking questions, not contributions, not comments, please. Thank you, sirs.
Okay, thank you very much for a very wonderful presentation. And I mean, we take home, you know, especially the comment targeted at the regulator. You know, especially with respect to genuine plans. And I'm not saying any of the plans is not genuine, they're all contributing. So I had mentioned that work was done on the civil aviation master plan. And if it's truly a civil aviation master plan, everything, safety and economic regulation should be able to fit into that. So we've received this initial draft of it. So I would really implore that contributions come in, you know, especially from the industry, to be able to contribute to the civil aviation master plan, to be able to get what can direct us. I also agree with the issue of the economic regulation. It takes care of everything, including the safety. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The second contribution, please.
Yes. Yes, we have had the comments, the talks by the IBOM Air, and also yesterday we had that for the air piece. What I am trying to now ask is this. At every moment they have given encomium, praises to the government, that the government is doing a lot to make sure that these things work. That is very good. Now, what are they doing, the airline, what are they doing to translate that the government is doing for the benefit of the airline users, like me, travelers? What are they doing to translate those things into benefit to us? Number two, also, I wanted to ask the airline, based on the fact that they announced they are making profit, at least we have heard from IBOM, they are making profit. Do they really appreciate the concept of goodwill? Because itself is a means of enhancing your own book balances. Do they really appreciate it? Does that what I'm trying to say?
Thank you, sir.
Does their failure in terms of
celebrate with a warm round of applause, please?
Does that their failure?
Thank you, sir. We'll take your one question, sir, if you don't mind, because of time.
The last question I wanted to say, if they appreciate what the concept of goodwill, why the cancellation all the time? Why is the delays? Why do you have to blame NAMA, all those kind of things, for your failure to deliver to a customer? Because if you didn't come on time to pick me, I blame you, because you should have done something to compensate me. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give that question, the second question, to aero contractors. But I think that we often blame the airlines too much because, number one, the airlines are guided by the principle of safety. So if your destination has adverse weather, they cannot maintain that schedule. If there are delays in the check-in process, etc., but I'll let Captain Sanusi take it more fully, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I want to make it very clear that there is no airline in the world that would like to cancel a flight. We do not have pleasure in canceling flights. Neither do we have pleasure in delaying flights. What we sell is speed. So if we sell speed, if we delay, it is to our own detrimental. So it has to be something that is beyond the airlines that will make them delay or cancel flights. And I wish to please appeal to Nigerians. When an airline delays or cancels a flight, you should appreciate it. Because I was in Europe the other time, they cancel flights and I didn't see anybody fighting about it. Or when they delay flight, because the laws and regulations are there. when there is a delay beyond this time, it is being compensated. And I believe the NCAA should be more active in this situation, because the NCAA will know the reason of the delay. Is it the airline fault, or is weather, or it has been fund that delayed the first flight, or was it VIP movement? Bear in mind, no airline wants to delay flight. So NCAA will now decide that yes, this delay was because the airline did not do his rosters right, and so this delay was definitely from the airline, you must pay compensation. But I think we should tread very carefully, especially with the National Assembly stating that the airlines will be held responsible, because there are some delays that are beyond the airlines. And if we continue on that trajectory of blaming the airlines, we're going to be an unsafe sector, because now you're going to put a lot of pressure on the airlines, on the certifying staffs, to allow the airplanes to start flying when they are not safe. I believe we should tread carefully and leave the regulation to the Nigerian Civil Aviation, not to the Senate Committee, and with all respect to the Senate and House Committee on Aviation. I think all these things should be left with the Nigerian Civil Aviation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the closing remarks. We'll start with you, Captain Iyayi, and we'll just walk our way through. So let's just do a very brief closing remark to this subject. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I would have been tempted to want to sort of comment on the issue of airline cancellations. But the truth of the matter is, it must be understood, like Captain Sanusi said, airlines are in the business of selling safety. And to that extent, that's a paramount objective of the airline, to ensure that passengers are safe from point A to point B. What we need to take away from here is that this industry is constrained, in Nigeria particularly, because our operating environment here is completely adverse. And people need to appreciate Nigerian airlines for doing what they're doing, because very few airlines anywhere else in the world would survive. I can guarantee you, if you bring in a British Airways to operate under the same circumstances as Nigerian airlines, chances are they will fail. Understand this. So I think it's important to understand the terrible conditions under which Nigerian airlines are operating. We're doing the utmost best to ensure that safety is paramount. There are several constraints. Time is not enough to to dwell on the issues, but let's understand this. We're not there for the purpose of making things unbearable for the consumers. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I think what we should take away from here is like what Roland has said. We should be very, very mindful and very supportive of the airlines, because the airlines are operated in a very harsh environment. And they have done extremely well, especially the few ones that have even declared profit. So I think we should support them with good policy. We appeal to the government to support the airlines with good policies. We are not saying you should exempt us from taxes or there shouldn't be any payment to NCAA, no, but I think a unified form of taxation where it is sustainable, because you can't tax the airlines to death. So it has to be a sustainable and well-balanced taxation policy in fact, for the new tax regime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to speak to what I know and how difficult the airline business is. When these crafts, these assets, the planes go for the C check, ideally this should take like a month. But sometimes 6 months, they've not released the aircraft from the maintenance, whatever, abroad. During the COVID time, they said it was COVID. Since after COVID, I don't know whether they have not resumed since after COVID. Because I don't see why an aircraft should be grounded for 6 months just to have a D check, a C check or D check, sir. You know, and anybody who is waiting in the lounge to travel will not understand the constraints that they have. And if the airlines could buy as many aircrafts as they need, especially if it's under the dry lease, you will have the redundancies, so that when one aircraft has a problem, they will quickly call up another one, just like British Airways and the other airlines do. But we don't have the luxury of that. They don't have a lot of backup for the simple reason that they're not able to afford as many aircrafts as they need to have the redundancy. So when there's a little disruption, the whole chain for that day is disrupted. Well, maybe because I'm a financier, I perfectly understand. I just make myself comfortable in the lounge and know that this is a 2 or 3 hour wait. Because I know that if they had a redundancy, if they had an aircraft that was just waiting for this kind of issues, they would have deployed it immediately. They too don't want to be coming to make excuses. So having said that, on our side, what are we doing in the industry to try to help? Because this is an essential industry. You and I know what to go through during Christmas when you want to travel and you don't have a seat and you cannot go by road. You have to cancel the journey. So what are we doing? We're appealing to the government, to our regulator, to allow us to have single-digit funding for the airlines through our CRR. The banks have a huge CRR with the central bank. So we left for the industry leaders we've made this request already. We've left for our action minister and other industry leaders to help us to make this argument and bet it. I think it will help. Because if we're able to release some of those funds that are now at 0 interest rate, we can give it we can actually deploy it to the airlines at 5%, because ordinarily it's earning 0. Okay, so this is an area that I want us to focus on and try to bet. And then, of course, we're expecting that there will be some incentives or tax rebates and all of that. Because if it is good for the airlines, it's good for me, because they're a very huge percentage of my loan book. So we need to know that it gets only better for them. Thank you very much.
To wrap up, I would say that airline profitability optimization, of course, because I believe the airlines are profitable to an extent. However, optimization rather will not come from one single intervention. It is more an ecosystem imperative. From the distribution side of things, where I sit, 2 things that I see that it's an opportunity, particularly for our Nigerian airlines. Prior to leading Waka now, I spent 11 years with Lufthansa German Airlines in multiple commercial roles. So I understand the commercial perspective of aviation, particularly when it comes to distribution and revenue management. Now, 2 things that I see that is still an opportunity for us to harness in the Nigerian aviation space would be, first, modern retailing. Modern retailing. I know that most of our Nigerian airlines try to optimize the cost of distribution by not distributing via the GDS. Understandably so, because even our international airline counterparts are somewhat trying to, I would say, diversify from this heavy cost by going into NDC and sometimes direct integrations. However, today I think only 2 Nigerian airlines are on distributing via the GDS, which is Air Peace and ARIC, and United Nigeria just got on Sabre. However, distributing through the GDS is extremely expensive, extremely expensive. Today, international airlines have pivoted to NDC, new distribution capabilities, leveraging technology that exists in Nigeria. Today, as Waka now, we have done 5 direct NDC integrations with 5 international airlines, significantly optimizing their cost of distribution. But at the same time, what it exposes them to is that real-time demand signal that allows them to optimize their yields through continuous and dynamic pricing. What this means is today, the RBD structure on the GDS and most of the airlines have different fare buckets. 5 seats on this fare bucket, 5 seats on the next, and on like that. That fare structure or distribution structure does not take into consideration the intent or the purchasing power of the customer. However, what the international airlines are unlocking through NDC, through a much cheaper distribution channel, leveraging technology, is continuous pricing that allows you to surface the right fare to the right customer, optimizing your yield. So modern retailing is one thing that I really would look forward to seeing in the Nigerian aviation space. The second would be ancillaries, right? Leveraging the opportunities that exist with ancillary revenues. most low-cost carriers, the likes of JetBlue, Spirit Airlines, EasyJet, today generate up to 50% of their profits by selling ancillaries. Their tickets price is the base, and then they optimize with ancillaries. That is something else that the Nigerian airlines need to look into. Sharing data as well. The likes of the travel tech companies have a lot of data that signals through route heat maps, yield optimization, that we can share with the Nigerian airlines. However, this is only possible, and we can only unlock this if there is a technological integration between both of us. So to wrap up, I would say the demand exists in Nigeria. The demand exists in Nigeria. The Nigerian aviation space still remains very attractive, because if you look at it, with the capacity that we have from international airlines, despite all the, I would say, probably relatively difficult operating space, we still have more and more capacity. A lot of the international airlines are still operating here. The ones that left, maybe when there were repatriation challenges, are back. So the Nigerian travel space still remains highly profitable for the international airlines. The levers that these international airlines are pulling, our Nigerian airlines need to look into that. Of course, despite all of the more difficult regulatory and operational space that we find ourselves in, but there is opportunity to optimize on the distribution and the revenue perspective. The demand is here. We just need to ensure that the right investment is in place, which I'm happy FAN is making. The right partnerships, leveraging the capacity that exists in the private sector, and of course, smart execution. And we will begin to unlock the gold mine that we have in travel and tourism out of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've had quite a bit. This was so exciting. We need to get a comment from the MD FAN herself, so to add, to contribute to this very important aspect of the aviation industry.
Thank you very much. I was just going to make a couple of comments. I do want to commend the MD Fidelity for taking a bold step from a commercial banking perspective, and of course to also empathize with the airlines. We get the feedback, we understand the challenges that you're facing with the airport environment, but I want to say that this is a sectorial issue, and what that means is, as the airlines are having issues and dealing with it, so are the regulators and the operators. It's unfortunate that a lot of these issues have sort of taken us back, and we should have been fixing them from time. So when you talk about the issues with NAMA and the operations and how it's delaying you. But I do want to mention two things. I think the first one, and this is to MD Fidelity, is just coming from a finance background myself, my concern here is the firepower that the commercial banks have to fund this and the risk that it entails. So as we advocate for specialized banks, I'm appealing that the industry, so that's the operators, the regulators, the airlines, we really need to start pushing for these credit enhancements that you speak about from governments. Because as I look at the posture of the federal government now as it comes to guarantees, I will think that they will be willing to support us more from whether it's partial credit guarantees that are available and pushing the likes of the Infracos, the COFACE, the MS, the export-import banks to really help us as we push on these leases. And because when we start thinking about setting up separate aviation banks, I think we'll have more firepower from specialized desks within the commercial banks, and of course looking at corporate banks or specialized areas. That's one. The second thing that I did want to mention is really for the airlines, as we talk about some of your challenges from an overall perspective. So we've spoken about your maintenance activities, the issues that you have with the operators as well. I think it's Chairman Airpeace that has made a lot of comments to us around the bird strikes, the runways, and a bit of these challenges. But I do want to say that in collaboration with the NCA as well, FAN has also developed a strategic plan. I know there's a master plan that is ongoing that will feed into your civil aviation master plan. And we are inviting the industry, so the airlines and also players, to also give us feedback so that we stop this haphazard approach of really just small fixes that really don't get us the long mile or the distance that we require. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam MD. And with that, this session closes. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you allow me to invite the MD to join them for their shot, and also His Excellency, the Chairman of the Fan Board, Commander of the Order of the Niger, Dr. Ganduje, to join them in this photograph. One round of applause for them. Very rich team, very sensitive topic, well delivered. We salute again the keynote speaker, Mr. George Uresi. We salute the moderator, Dr. Alex Umuba. He's the President, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association of Nigeria. We salute our amiable Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Dr. Naika Unyalipe. We salute. Let's invite the Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee on Aviation, Senator Peter Jia, to join them in this photograph, please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, an announcement, please. Investors with challenges on investment or cargo-related issues should proceed to the B2 room to have a chat with the fan team. And this B2B room for side meetings is sponsored by Glovesley Pro Project. A warm round of applause for them. It's quite obvious that the business of aviation is strictly for men and not for boys. The investment is no joke. The gestation period is almost 10 years. The profit margin is quite negligible. It takes passion, it takes commitment, it takes vision, and the love for the industry to be a core player, as we have all of our players today. We salute the modest contribution of Airpeace, IBOM Air, Value Jet, Aero Contractors, Arik Air, United Airlines, and all of our domestic players shifting to the sub-regional level within the ECOWAS or an African continent, and also becoming global players. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rise for the tea break that's looking like lunch, but we just have to manage ourselves. 30 minutes tea break. Please drink all of the tea, drink plenty water. We're back in 30 minutes. God bless you.
As you can see, I be zombies, you come in. Àlàyé mi bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ kan kí ló ń lọ. Ó máa ń rí àwòrán mi lọ ń sọ. Wọ́n ní mo give them pressure. Mo jẹ́ má lọ sùn ṣiṣẹ́ lọ, mo yà pa owó lọ. Nobody go dey when sapa don too much. Ẹni tó bá bá aṣóhun ṣá ló mọ̀. Gàbogàbo lọ, ọmọ bá ṣì ń lọ. Ìsídèlé kan sídè ọ̀. Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress. Fine boy no ex. Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress. Òtútù, ó wọ̀nyí o. Bákàrà sí mi alákọ̀ọ́rí o. Ohun tó ń ṣe yín kọ́ ló ń ṣe mí o. Ẹjẹ́ lọ́mọ tó ń ṣe ànúbì novice.
Fewer delays, greater confidence. Access points have been redesigned, automated, secured, and streamlined. Operation Go Cashless is making payments simple, secure, and seamless with a contactless solution, enabling greater revenue generation, transparency, and accountability.
Link the card, register the card in your account. It takes down 500 naira, and that's it.
There's never going to be any other charge that is taken from you. Thank you.
New VVIP Fast Track Services expands what luxury travel can feel like. Through the OneGov project, land records are going digital, improving transparency and speed. In Lagos and Abuja, e-gates now verify boarding passes electronically. Fewer lines, stronger security. Over 7,000 staff trained, new HR systems, ISO certification in view. It is a steady transformation powered by people, process, and purpose. FAN, improving how Nigerians travel, one step at a time.
Lack of direct access between the two terminal buildings and restrictions on the development on Terminal 2. To restore the prestige of this international gateway, we are embarking on a journey of renewed hope, undertaking a systemic renovation of MMIA to bring back its former glory and elevate its status on the global stage. First, the inefficient road network will be replaced with two independent ring roads, the outer ring for departures and the inner ring for arrivals. Second, the existing structure of Terminal 1 will be strengthened to improve its integrity. A connection building will link the two terminals, and the skywalk will connect the car park to Terminal 2, ensuring seamless passenger movement within these facilities. Meanwhile, this half-century-old Terminal 1 will undergo comprehensive modernization, featuring an enhanced eagle-inspired architectural design that symbolizes a soaring and hopeful Nigeria. The upgrades will include both interior and exterior enhancements, improved passenger facilities, and advanced mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems to enhance operations and capacity. Terminal 2 will also undergo upgrades, including refurbished platforms, enhanced canopies, expanded boarding fingers, and an enlarged apron for greater efficiency. Once completed, passengers at MMIA will enjoy a significantly enhanced travel experience. The redesigned infrastructure will provide well-organized and direct access to the terminal buildings, improving efficiency. Optimized internal circulation will ensure uninterrupted movement for arriving and departing passengers. Additionally, modernized facilities, upgraded amenities, and an aesthetically a more comfortable, seamless, and enjoyable journey for all travelers. Under the Renewed Hope Initiative, we're leveraging global expertise in airport engineering and cutting-edge digital systems to transform MMIA into a safer, smarter, greener, and more efficient aviation hub. Finally, the nation will be filled.
We'll be landing in the airport in just a few minutes.
You have arrived.
No Wi-Fi, nowhere I can get SIM card. How do people get internet when they travel?
Try this.
Introducing Universal Global eSIM. It makes international travel easier and more affordable. Instead of juggling multiple physical SIM cards or paying expensive roaming charges, you can simply visit roam.universal.com and instantly have internet access to over 150 countries and over 400 networks.
It's fast, it's very fast. Finally, I can call my wife. Mama, I'm now online.
Wherever you go, whoever you meet, Universal eSIM keeps you connected globally to moments that matter. To check if your phone is eSIM compatible, dial *#06#. If an eID number appears, your phone supports eSIM. To become a partner, sell globally, earn commissions. Call or WhatsApp our 24/7 customer care service at +234 915 050 1010 for more information, and visit our social media page at Universal_eSIM. Universal eSIM. Stay connected, stay global.
He used to get hurt by all the girls. They try his world just a season.
Don't travel without your Universal eSIM. Stop by the Universal booth. No roaming charges, no stress. Just instant internet once you land.
Gotta go for his own reasons.
Universal eSIM. Stay connected, stay global.
Universal eSIM. One scan and boom, you're connected in over 150 countries. No roaming, no stress, just pure travel freedom. From beach calls in Bali, to midnight uploads in Dubai, to cafe catch-ups in London, Universal keeps you online and unstoppable. Multiple networks, your world.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from tea break. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from tea break. If you are still in the lunchroom, please return to the main room. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time allotted to tea break is now exhausted. Would like to ask you to please return into the main room as we are about to take up. The third technical session will commence very shortly. We want you, our distinguished delegates, to please return into the main hall right now. Thank you very much. If you are still in the lunch room or the tea break area, please return to the main hall now. Thank you. If you're still having tea and you're not in the main hall, please return to the main hall right now. Thank you. In just a few minutes, we will commence the third technical session. So we're asking you to please return to your seats as we prepare to constitute the panel for the third technical session. We'll be speaking to strengthening aviation security through a one-stop shop security framework, enhancing efficiency, compliance, and stakeholder coordination. The third technical session for today will commence very shortly. So if you're still having tea, please return to the main room now. Thank you. In a few minutes, we will continue with the sessions, and we will take our third and final technical session for this conference.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow us harvest your attention. Allow us request of us to return back to our seats. Every standing committee is hereby dissolved, please. Please return back to the hall and let's have our seats, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May we return back to our seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Session 3, Strengthening Aviation Security through a One-Stop-Shop Security Framework, and is anchored on enhancing efficiency, compliance, and stakeholder coordination. Please, may I have your attention? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may we return back to our seats? Please, can we return back to our seats? Everyone at the foyer, at the exhibition stands, please come back to the hall for the last session. The topic is strengthening aviation security through a one-stop-shop security framework, enhancing efficiency, compliance, and stakeholder coordination. Join me, welcome our amiable special guest, the Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Aviation, representing the Committee on Aviation, Distinguished Senator Peter Gia. One round of applause for him. Allow me to appreciate the very valid presence of our amiable former Permanent Secretary, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Dr. Emmanuel Meribole, who is representing the Abia State Government. One round of applause for him, please. And back to the hall is the Managing Director of FAN. If you agree that Mrs. Bumi Kuku is doing well, one round of applause for her, please. The Chief of Air Staff ably represented. You're welcome. We appreciate your presence all through yesterday, and you're here today again for day 2. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please may we return to our seats. Everybody standing. All side talks, side meetings, standing committees are hereby dissolved. Everyone on the foyer, on the aisle, standing, please very kindly return back to your seats. Dear participants, Fnac is growing. This is the 3rd edition of the FAN National Aviation Conference. And the man who started his journey before passing the baton is here, still seated and basking in this great vision. Ladies and gentlemen, let's again salute and celebrate Captain Yadudu. A warm round of applause for him, former MD of FAN. Please, every standing committee is dissolved. Can we return to our seats, please?
Welcome back from tea break. We hope you had a really good time and you were also able to network. We're now moving to our final technical session for today. But before I introduce our moderator and the panelists alongside the lead paper presenter, I would like to ask that everyone please return to their seats very quickly and lend us your undivided attention so we can accord them the honor just before we set the stage for the conversation. Thank you very much. In about 30 seconds, we will start to introduce everyone who should be on stage, but we would please want some silence in the room just to give the honor to our speakers who have been waiting to engage the conversation around strengthening aviation security through a one-stop shop security framework, enhancing efficiency, compliance, and stakeholder coordination. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will like your attention as we move on to the final technical session today. Thank you. Our moderator for this session is the coordinator, ICAO Aviation Security Training Center in Lagos. Please let's make welcome on stage, of course with a warm round of applause, Rekiatu Eneheze. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We've just come back from tea break, so I'm sure that we have some energy. Can we give a resounding applause to our moderator as she makes her way to the stage? Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. The panelists are the Managing Director and Chief Executive, Pathfinders International Limited, Mrs. Nkechi Onyenso. Can we give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage? Thank you. Joining them, we have the General Manager, Security and Safety, Nigeria Safety Investigation Bureau, Mr. Olumide Oshineye. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. The Senior Vice President, Security ALML Group, Mr. Claude Batohi, would also be joining this conversation. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. The Key Accounts Manager at Comtess Afrique Smith Detection, Loic Lebreur. Please make him welcome with another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And last but by no means the least, we have ICAO Certified AFSEC instructor, Airport Chief of Security at MMA Lagos, Anthony Idogoki, FSI. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. And now for the lead paper presentation on strengthening aviation security through a one-stop shop security framework, enhancing efficiency, compliance, and stakeholder coordination. I have the honor of introducing the Chief Executive, Decision Gates Limited, Mr. Oluseyi Ogunleye. A round of applause for him, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Oluseyi Ogunleye, our key paper presenter. Thank you very much. In the same fashion, our lead paper will be presented for 10 minutes, and the panel conversation will last 30 minutes. 10 minutes for the lead paper presentation and 30 minutes for the panel conversation. I'll hand over to Mr. Oluseyi Ogunleye, who will lead the conversation from here. Thereafter, he'll hand over to our moderator, Rekiatu Enehezei, who is coordinator, ICAO Aviation Security Training Center, Lagos.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. And I bid the panel a good afternoon. Standing on previously well-established protocol from yesterday and today, I would like to thank the hosts for today, represented by MD Kuku. Thank you very much for putting this session together. My role is to present rather briefly. I think I have 10 minutes. In the 10 minutes, I have a 3-minute video that we'll be watching, so I will speak for 7 minutes. And essentially, we've spent the last couple of days, it seems like a couple of days, but just since yesterday, talking about everything that leads to facilitation. In the airport environment, we know that you cannot get on board the aircraft and generate revenue unless you go through security. And so security processes post 9/11, if you all remember, has changed quite a bit. It's no longer a grandfather's type of security system where one size fits all. We have to customize the security experience. And that's what one-stop security does. I'm waiting for my slides to pop on the screen.
Strengthening aviation security through a one-stop shop security framework. When we talk about safety, another critical leg that helps for a balanced ecosystem is a safety component, the security component of safety. From the land side to the terminals within the airports and down to the air side. From embarkation to disembarkment of passengers, as critical as all of the steps within facilitation for any passenger. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there have been some challenges within our polity in the last few months. Even as at yesterday, we had another display of very unruly mechanisms happening within the aviation safety systems. We trust that this last session for the day will anchor a lot on enhancing efficiency, compliance, and stakeholders coordination. Whilst we agree that safety is a shared responsibility, security equally is a shared responsibility amongst all of the players, the passengers, the terminal handlers, the aviation security, the regulatory body, and all of the importance that we need to put together to have a beautiful harmony. You may wish to recall again, while we're setting the montage for this beautiful conference yesterday, we whispered to you that FAN is looking for melody, and there will be no melody if the symphony and the harmony is not in sync. When we have a beautiful symphony, we'll head towards harmony, and for harmony activated, there's that core tendency that will have melody. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this last session, please, I know we're a bit heavy thanks to this tea break that looks like lunch. We'll borrow all of your attention and drive through all of the contribution. Yet again, let's salute and celebrate the keynote speaker with a warm round of applause, Chief Executive Decision Gates Limited, Mr. Oluseyi Ogunleye. Celebrate him, please. Again, we have one of our own, whom I'm told is an ICAO security expert, and she's the coordinator of ICAO Aviation Security Training Center here in Lagos, Rekiatu Enehezeyi Mohammed. Rekiatu Mohammed, please, a warm round of applause for her. Quite a robust team of panelists. We have Mrs. Nkechi Onyenso, MDC Pathfinders International Limited, celebrate her again. The General Manager, Security and Safety, Nigerian Safety Investment Bureau, my brother, Mr. Olumide Oshineye, celebrate him, please. The Senior Vice President, Security ALML Group, Mr. Claude Batohi, celebrate him, please. Responsible Grants Afrique, Smiths Detection, Key Account Manager, Loika Libret is here, celebrate him, please. The last but not the least is another ICAO certified aviation security instructor. He's Airport Chief of Security, Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, Mr. Anthony Idokogi, FSI. Celebrate him, please. Whilst we wait to roll all of the presentation, we want to salute and celebrate the partners that have allowed this clapping made possible. A clap between FAN and operators, FAN and investors, FAN and the subnationals of our state governments, FAN and all of the aviation parastatals and agencies, FAN and all of the players from the airline operators and ground handlers. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for NACO Avians. Let's celebrate them with a round of applause, please. SACO is here. Celebrate them too, SACO. The government of Borno State is not left out. We're just reading out the names of the partners FAN has been able to work with to put this together.
Okay, thank you very much. So while we're waiting for the slide to load, I'll tell a quick story. In 2022, I took over a role at the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport as the Assistant Vice President for Airport Security. Second largest airport in the world, 180,000 passengers a day. It's a lot of work, right? I got over there, and one of the programs that I inherited was implementing one-stop security between the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and the London Heathrow Airport. So one-stop security, the way it works, is usually an agreement between states, in this case, the United States and the United Kingdom. And within that agreement, you name the beneficiary airports, in this case, DFW and LHR. The premise is this. We spent a lot of time in the last day and today talking about air carriers, airport, airplanes, financing, right? We talked a little bit about the SATAM, That's the Single Africa Air Transport Market, which is essentially the red-headed stepchild of the Yamoussoukro decision from 1991. We know that SATAM was like an inoculation, right? Because since 1991, that's over 30 years ago, we didn't gain any momentum in Africa, right? And so the progenitors decided, well, let's do something in 2018. Let's give it a shot in the arm with SATAM to see if we can gain some momentum. Now, with the Yamoussoukro decision was holistically looking across Africa. But SATAM sought to regionalize the experience, saying, look, if you're going to eat an elephant, right, it's one bite at a time. So let's take a bite by looking in the region, hoping the states will be energized because, well, you live next to each other anyway, so there's mutual benefit in the progress of one state vice the other. I can tell you, and I'll be able to show you shortly, that even then, since 2018, I think only 35 of 55 states have actually signed on to SATAM. Signing on doesn't mean implementing. Just signing on to say, yep, we think this is a good agreement, this is a good program, let's sign up for this, and somewhere down the line, we're going to activate it. So essentially, there has been serious reluctance by the states to implement this program. Well, what does that have to do with security? Good question. The program today that we're gathered to discuss is about strengthening aviation security, not necessarily creating aviation security. We already have that experience. One thing we found out in the West, which will be a situation here very shortly as we expand, is that you have to customize your security. You can't do security as a one-size-fits-all. And that's what SATAM does. It gives you the opportunity. Essentially, it takes a stick and a carrot. The stick has always been compliance. You know, we talked about compliance multiple times today and even yesterday. And the idea is it's easy to hold people compliant from a hard work standpoint. You have to sweat hard to hold people compliant. But if you dangle a carrot in front of them, they will automatically want to be compliant so they can get the carrot. And so that's the approach that one-stop security takes. It takes two states or more because it has to be a bilateral or multilateral agreement. It gets you to come to the table and say, essentially, for instance, it could be between Accra and Lagos, and the sponsoring states will be Ghana and Nigeria. And so Accra and Lagos will get together and name airports within their city or their state. In this case, we'll say Murtala Mohammed International Airport and ACC, right, in Ghana, in Accra. We'll agree to establish a one-stop agreement between the two of us where through ICAO charter that's already established, Annex 17, which for those of us in aviation security, that becomes chapter and verse for your Bible. You know, Annex 17 is what flows in our veins, in our blood, essentially. And so through Annex 17 provisions and looking at Doc 8973, I think, you look at those two documents, they give you the basis for establishing an agreement with your neighboring state, which may not necessarily be your next door neighbor, or in this case, it's between Lagos and Accra. We'll establish an agreement where we'll agree to hold each other to a higher standard of security screening. The benefit of that to both of us is that passengers that depart one state and transit through the other state do not have to go through screening any further. You don't have to go through secondary screening. So it's a great program, really, but it requires the agreement between these two states, auditing between the two states. So we would have to send our guys to Accra to go audit their security system, ask all the relevant questions, make sure that their security is comfortable, their level of security is comfortable with us, and then they will reciprocate. They'll come to our house and do the same thing. They'll do similar stuff to us. Once we clear all the hurdles, we'll sign the agreement. As the ink dries, will launch the program. But here's the thing. We don't run security for the benefit of security by itself, even though the benefit of security, as proven through the events of 9/11, is enough, is far-reaching in its consequences. For us in this region, the carrot is SATAM, the Yamoussoukro decision, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, these areas that we have been struggling to get the aircraft off the ground. Because folks, listen, where people go is where commerce goes. And the way people travel is the way commerce moves. So if you imagine a scenario where we establish the program between Lagos and Accra, suddenly all goods, which includes commerce, all passengers, their luggage, will suddenly be able to travel from Accra into Lagos and from Lagos as a hub, right? The idea is the big goal for us, like they say, the big, hairy, audacious goal, the BHAG, is to transform Lagos into a hub airport. Otherwise, all the things we've done in the last 48 hours is for nothing. We can just check the box on blowing a lot of air, hot air, and go home. But we must transform Lagos into a hub. I tell you, even as we sit here and we have this conversation, there's a river of flights flowing overhead that we have no chance to participate in unless we turn into a hub. Every year, there are 35 to 45 million people that depart points outside of Africa, transit through Europe or transit through the Middle East, and their destination are points in Africa. 10% of those folks are coming to Nigeria, so we can take that 10% out because they will terminate when they get to Lagos, to some point in Nigeria. But the rest of them, the other 90%, are flowing right overhead, and we have no ability to tap into that. The people will leave. Think about it for a second. You leave San Francisco, you fly all the way from the west to the east to connect to a flight going to Europe so you can end up in Africa. Meanwhile, you can fly from San Francisco directly, taking advantage of the southeasterlies. We have advantage, even the wind favors us where we're located in Nigeria. There are certain winds, they call them trade winds, that launch over the northeast, they call them northeasterlies, and then you have the southwesterlies, and they meet at the intercontinental tropical zone, which is just below the equator where we are. These winds will add easily another, if you're traveling at 500 miles an hour on an aircraft, they'll add easily maybe another 200, 150 miles an hour to the same aircraft. And so you gain efficiency just because you're coming into Nigeria. So you have those folks leaving San Francisco or coming from the east coast of the US that can take full advantage of efficiencies that they gain into coming into Lagos. If we, the slides would have been quite helpful, but hypothetically speaking, in all the scenarios that we analyzed, we figured if Nigeria can tap into that market, even conservatively speaking, I'd say 3 to 4%, or if we can get 3 to 4 million of those passengers to divert and come through Lagos, which is the lowest end of the spectrum, 3 to 4 million. What this does is, let's talk about the money part, because I know there has to be financial incentives for us to do this. On average, a connecting passenger spends between $90 and $120 when they connect through an airport. That is statistics. On average, every direct job you create in aviation results in 4 to 6 indirect jobs. So what it translates to, on the very bottom end of the spectrum, this is the end where we do nothing but set up a hub. You don't promote it any further. You don't do anything else. We just set up the hub and we all go home. We're looking at 3 to 4 million passengers, which is an 8% capture rate, right? It nets us 270 to 360 million in annual revenue. That's what we can get on the bottom end. It results in 15,000 to 24,000 jobs. And then we have a functional hub with modest airline. In the middle, where we think Nigeria will typically sit for a while before we take over completely, it's going to be 5 to 7 million jobs connecting passengers per year, 450 to 630 million in revenue, 25,000 to 42,000 jobs created. This matches Addis Ababa, by the way, and I know we can do better than them. So let's go back to the purpose of the one-stop security. I wanted to paint a picture starting with the end in sight. Right, so the slide's up. Can you go back one, please? There's a first slide before this one. Very good. So this picture is the talking about audit. I know we talked about audit moments ago. This picture here represents the folks from DFT, the Department for Transport for the UK, when they paid a visit to DFW to audit our programs, even though we figured we're doing pretty well. They audited our programs and they had some areas where they were unhappy. We had to make some corrections. Not because we're outside of compliance, but because their threat landscape in their country required activities to a particular level. It may not be the same for Nigeria, Vice, Accra, for instance, but that's where the bilateral agreement comes in. They take a look at their threat landscape, and then they can ask us to adjust up or adjust down accordingly, right? So that's where the stakeholder engagement piece comes in. I've talked a little bit about the efficiency piece. But this is those guys back in 2022, I believe, when we stopped by one of our vehicle access gates unannounced, just so we can show them real time what the process looked like. The next slide is a video which has audio. We need to play the audio, please, on this slide. This slide right here is a video. Can we get the audio?
By entering into a one-stop security agreement led by Nigeria. This changes everything for efficiency, compliance, and stakeholder coordination. It ushers in the single African air transport market, SAATM, and positions Nigeria to becoming a mega hub in West Africa. You are in the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos, a busy hub. You just arrived from Accra. You went through seamless, world-class security screening before departure and do not need to be screened in Lagos. This is a fundamental basis for one-stop security, equivalent, auditable, and ICAO standardized screening. Screened once, cleared to your final destination. Cargo clears one-stop security and is trusted for the whole journey. It moves quickly, smartly. You take your time as you casually head to your next flight, taking in the sights and sampling the local cuisine. Nigeria has a one-stop agreement in place with Ghana that names ACC and Elos as the beneficiary airports. That seamless Accra to Lagos link becomes a global launchpad and works both ways. Lagos Lome, Lagos Dakar, Lagos Nairobi soon follow. The hub grows. Commerce hums. No extra screening on arrival or prior to boarding your next flight. Cargo and luggage can go tail to tail. You have the opportunity to shop, wine and dine. Airport appreciation time. Airlines save time and costs, and the airport enjoys increased revenue from boosted concession spending. Travelers enjoy fewer queues, gain time back, and are more relaxed. They will spend just a bit more on feel-good purchases, $90 or $120 on average. FAN showcases local attractions and entice passengers to go into the city. local industry thrives. Immigration, customs and security coordination between contracting states improves. They can focus on the real threats. This is the hub and spoke model, powered by the One-Stop Security OSS framework. The practical foundation, the bedrock, a must-have for the success of the single African air transport market. SAATM isn't just a slogan anymore. It is the best way to boost commerce and tourism in Africa, with Nigeria taking the lead in the region. Intra-African trade thrives, borders blur, Africa has arrived. A connected continent, reimagined. One-stop security has dropped.
Thank you. So, I don't know how much of that you heard, and I apologize for the quality of the whole production here. Things have a way of working better in a laboratory than in real life, so we have to be dynamic. One-stop security is been implemented in other parts of the world. If you've flown into Europe, which looking at this room, pretty much everybody has made that move at some time. There's an open skies agreement in Europe, right? And obviously in the US, it's all open skies. You know, what you don't hear about is the pain that those countries, those states had to go through to implement what we're enjoying today as we travel through, sometimes carelessly, not even thinking about it. It's all predicated upon one-stop security concept. You have to have that as the foundation, because you can't move quickly through the airport, come in, park your car, go through ticket counter, get through all of that experience, and get stuck at the security screening checkpoint. There dies your efficiency. And so that's why it's called a one-stop shop approach. It's a framework where you take all of your systems and you tweak it accordingly. This slide here just talks about some of the things I already covered, which provides the history that Africa has struggled to enact the liberalization of the skies. Essentially, instead of having open skies, next slide, we have closed skies, is essentially what we have. Our skies are pretty closed and fragmented. So what one-stop security does, it gives us an opportunity to open up our skies. We can open up our skies to the traffic that is constantly flowing right over us that we're not able to take advantage of. Some of the benefits of one-stop security, harmonized standards, I talked about that. Seamless transit, you can transit through quickly. I tell you, if you've been to Singapore, I have not been to Singapore, but I've heard from people that have traveled to Singapore that sometimes people want to extend their transit time in Singapore. Think about that, just for the airport experience. You go through an airport, usually you just want to get through as quickly as possible because you want to get to the destination. But the airport itself is the destination for a lot of people. And I see that happening here under the leadership that we currently have at FAN, with the posture of the ministry and the support from the assembly. We can actually make that happen. Look, my former colleagues, when I worked for the US government in the 20 years that I spent in that area, we're waiting patiently for Nigeria to come into its own. When I was the TSA attaché, I was the representative to West Africa on aviation security for 2 years. We would have our meetings, and my area director at the time would always ask me, what about Nigeria? You know, I had Lagos, I had Nigeria, I had Ghana, I had 13 countries. Nigeria was the one that we held our breath over, you know, just waiting for us to come into our own. And I think the time is now, especially with programs like this that our hosts have carefully put together. Regulatory trust, it goes without saying that when you establish a program like this, whether it's bilateral or multilateral, you have to ensure there's rigorous transparency between states and there's trust in the standards and the ability of the states to discharge to those standards. Next slide. Okay, well, this is the slide where I test your visual acuity to see how well you can see. You know, I'm in cahoots with your optician, and we're going to be handing out glasses right outside the door. Folks, this is the world we live in. It's all regulations, Annex 17, ICAO Doc 8973, bilateral, multilateral agreement. Essentially just layers it out for you so you can see that, yes, it sounds good. It's good to make another $450 million in a year by just diverting traffic to your airport, and we can do it, but you're going to have to read, comply, audit, and comply, and then audit all over again. That's what this slide is talking about. When we implemented this program at DFW, I have to tell you, is there anybody here from the U.S. Embassy? Good. So I'm going to say this. It was challenging because the U.S. was quite stubborn, right? There are some things they didn't do very well, but it's not something that we would usually admit to. But because of a bilateral agreement, we had to come to the table full transparency. When it comes to the area of employee screening, we do it differently, or we did it differently in the US when I was over there. And the British run it completely different. They put 100% of their people through screening every single time. If you step out of the sterile area or out of the restricted area, you're going back in, you're going through the full gamut. Well, the US doesn't always do that because we achieve those results through other means, such as full background inspection, background checks, 10-year FBI background, single scope background checks by the FBI that looks like everything. It looks like you, your children, your spouse, your in-laws. Everything gets looked at in a 10-year period. Nobody else really does that. On top of which, we subscribe all of the employees, all aviation workers, into a program called RAPBAC. RAPBAC is a program that in real time vets everybody against the arrest records of police departments. And so while the background check looks in the past, RAPBAC looks at the instant. So over the weekend, you go to a party, you had a little bit too much to drink, you get pulled over by the cops, you get arrested, they find some marijuana in your vehicle. Your employer will never know that, right? You've used bad judgment. But RAPBAC will rat you out. It will tell your employer, because they're the ones that recommended you into the program, it will tell them that, hey, over the weekend, Shay got arrested, and blah, blah, blah. So now you're screening in real time. So the purpose of all of that I said is broad equivalence. We achieve broad equivalence, and we explain it to our counterparts that, yes, we're not doing this, but we're doing the other thing. Next slide, which should be the last slide. Keep going. I've talked about deploying Lagos as a hub. We've talked about African states, the benefits to airlines, to the airport, to passengers, and to businesses. Next slide, please. We talked about open skies in Europe and in the US, deregulation. Next slide, thank you. I talked about Nigeria's geographic advantage a little bit. I talked about the trade winds. What I didn't get to talk about was geographically where we're located. Where we're located makes it easy for all the flights from Europe, from Asia, and from South America to make a stop and make a continuation. Next slide, please. We can skip through this. This is the number of people we can pull through the traffic in Lagos if we're to establish it. You can go to the next slide. We've done all these parts. And this is the capture rate, the conservative, which I talked about, the middle ground, which I think is where we're going to be as we project to the end. Next slide. This is the final slide, essentially, and it just summarizes everything we already talked about. The reason I spend a lot of time talking about the carrot is because historically, oftentimes, we don't want to deal a lot with security. If you think about security in an airport environment, it's the only entity that doesn't make money for you. unless you're charging civil penalties, which we haven't started doing that here yet. You know, and so because it doesn't generate revenue for the airport, you tend to just kind of forget about it while you're talking about concessioning and your parking and all this other parts. But in the context of one-stop security, by implementing this kind of program, you actually gain the carrot, which is the economic advantages that up until now, Africa has been unable to realize. Next slide, thank you. I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you very much, the lead speaker, for that background. The chairman, FAN board, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, the MD FAN, Mrs. Olubumi Kuku, industry leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. This afternoon, our panel is going to be focusing on the one-stop security framework as it enhances efficiency, ensures compliance, improves stakeholder coordination in the global aviation security. With me here this afternoon, I have aviation security experts. We've heard about one-stop security. The ultimate goal of one-stop security is to eliminate unnecessary rescreening of passengers, cabin baggage, hold baggages at connecting airports. I know most of us have traveled by air. You have connected flights before. So it's a move intended to enhance efficiency and the passenger's experience while maintaining the highest standards of aviation security. Remember that whatever we do, security should not be compromised. So we have been talking about, we had the key speaker. He spoke about the regulations, one-stop security agreement. Before this one-stop security agreement can be implemented, we will have to look at compliance and regulations. So this brings me to my first question. It will be directed to Dr. Oshineye. When we talk about compliance, compliance to what? Security standards in accordance with ICAO's standards and recommended practices. So, Mr. Oshineye, we know that a core challenge in the mutual recognition of the relevance of security measures, that is, the one-stop security, is very, very key. How does the OSS framework ensure that security measures in originating states are truly equivalent and consistently compliant with the ICAO standards and recommended practices and the state's requirements?
First, I want to congratulate the management of Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria and the board for a successful conference. This is a very good program, and I personally commend you for this initiative. Before I go now, I would like to state this. We're talking about one-stop security program or framework. One-stop security framework or program represents a revolutionary approach to international aviation security, which allows passengers departing from one country or one of the member country states, to be screened just only once when you are passing from the originating airport. So when you're coming from your originating airport, you will be screened only once. When you get to the, you don't have to be screened again when you get to your connection points. Oftentimes, this arrangement removes or eliminates redundant screening processes that's oftentimes experienced at the connection airports.
It streamlined the old processes, and then there are gains because it reduces the waiting times that you spend at such connecting airports. So one of the key strategic objectives of the ICAO Aviation Security Panel is to actively monitor the advancement of the one-stop security concept and also promote the establishment of new multilateral one-stop security arrangements between states. This effort is often aimed at reducing, like I mentioned, reducing the duplication of security measures wherever feasible. And so Annex 17 to the ICAO Convention on International Civil Aviation includes standards. You all know what standards are, recommended practices or recommendations. And it permits states to exempt passengers' cabin baggage and all baggage from rescreening. With this exemption, it can be only be granted if provided that there is an equivalent level of implementation of security measures among the participating states. So there has to be security measures conducted in the originating states which will align with the measures applicable or implemented in any of the participating states, as long as the outcome is same, regardless of probably methodology, but you need to have the same security outcome. So currently, the implementation of one-stop security is applied sporadically around the globe. The EU has been a lead in successfully implementing one-stop security throughout the airports, and this has been over the last several years. And so we're talking about compliance here, right? When we talk about compliance, we talk about regulations, and compliance gears towards regulations. And in the case of one-stop security, we're talking about compliance and equivalence, right? The baseline for one-stop security is the ICAO standard and recommended practices. In addition to if there are regional requirements, and then the requirements within the OSS agreement. OSS is one-stop security. Within the OSS agreement, right? So there's need for compliance there. Another point there, again, is the mutual agreement amongst the states or the participating states. They have to agree. The recognition, one, and the acceptance of the measures that are to be complied with, right? They are all bases for the equivalent standards. And so for you to assure that, yes, what is happening at one airport A is probably same or applicable at airport B, there is need for assessments, security assessments, aside the fact that ICAO conducts Universal Security Audit Program, of which if I were a state and I want to have a collaboration with another state B in terms of OSS, I need to be sure about the state or the status of the effective implementation of ICAO standards as indicated from ICAO USAP. I'll give an instance. In Kenya, in 2024, Kenya went through the ICAO USAP, and Kenya had over 90% of the effective implementation. And that gives Kenya a very good position to be talking to the US to see how they can have one-stop security to recognize the security implementation from their own airport. So what I'm saying, for any country to be able to go into OSS, you also have to be sure that, yes, your effective implementation of ICAO standard and recommended practices is very well established. You know, so outside the ICAO audits, amongst the participating states, you must have an agreement as to how often you want to be conducting checks of the other members of the parties. You want to see, yes, they are implementing ICAO SAPs, yes, how far are they implementing even the agreements, the provisions within the agreements, because sometimes it goes beyond the minimum requirements that ICAO has provided. Most of the time might be based on some diversity and some other issues, maybe regional and all that. So security assessments and audit is another element that will help to, ascertain the implementation of security. There is need for a consistent, standardized security procedures. The procedures implemented in Airport A should be practically almost the same with what is applicable. I'll give another instance, Nigeria. Let's say Lagos. Lagos, Lome is Togo. And then maybe Dakar, right? You're flying from Lagos to Dakar. You go through Lome. And then you've gone through security screening in Lagos. And you will have to go through another level of security at Lome before you can get to Dakar. You know, with all of that, it creates a lot of delays. Sometimes passengers even miss flights or miss connections and all that, So Nigeria, Nigeria may look into considering how we can have, such arrangements. We can be the lead initiator, because if we don't take the lead, nobody is going to, we can take the lead, the state can take a lead and see how, because a lot of flights from Lagos to Dakar, a lot of time is spent. We can gain so much if we have OSS arrangements from Nigeria. Another key point again that can ensure or help to ascertain the level of implementation is training. Training and capacity building. Of course, you know how important is training, right? If Airport A or country A within the arrangement wants to have a good implementation from country B, there has to be a very good arrangement for training, right? You have to be talking to each other. The kind of trainings, the quality of trainings has to be almost equal and same. So this is important for effective implementation of the various security measures, either the SAPs by ICAO or the ones within the arrangements of the OSS in itself. And then, not to waste so much time, cooperation and sharing information among states. There's need for cooperation and sharing of information within states. When you have information sharing, you can also know and determine the level of threats, determination of threat level, and also the best practices in these various states. So finally, compliance monitoring is very, very crucial. Compliance monitoring, very, very crucial. Continuous monitoring, it ensures ongoing compliance with standards. So we do not just conduct the audits and stuff. There must be a continuous monitoring and follow-ups and follow-up. And then the implementation or provision of security measures has to be risk-based. You're not going to be providing, let's say, gadgets, technology, and all that, when you do not need it. It has to be based on risk assessment, right? So what you're going to be providing within the OSS has to be, yes, as a result of what the risk assessment results were. And finally, international cooperation, collaboration with ICAO, with other regional bodies, and then with other states are very important for compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That was a very elaborate answer. We have seen that compliance is key and is baked into the framework. The OSS agreement between states is not just a handshake. It's a formal process, very rigorous, and it requires a detailed assessment as it has been elaborated by Dr. Oshine. All right, so let me come to you, Mrs. Mrs. Oyenso. The most immediate and visible benefit of one-stop security is the passenger experience because of reduction in delay and also elimination of unnecessary screening at the transit airports. Can you elaborate on the key operational efficiencies gained and how this will translate to a smoother passenger experience?
Thank you very much, Rekia, for the opportunity. I also want to join my voice to congratulate the MD of FAN for putting together a very brilliant session, and everybody else that worked behind the scenes. This is fantastic. This is a step in the right direction. Now, when you talk about the passenger experience for one-stop security, you need to understand fully what the concept is. The concept is an integrated approach of various levels of aviation security. We're talking about screening, we're talking about cargo, we're talking about customs, we're talking about immigration, we're talking about regulatory compliance, all coming together in a unified form, in a collaboration. So the key ideas behind this is interagency collaboration, where all the agencies are working together, sharing information together. There has to be a level of trust to make this process work. You're also talking about a joint venture where everything comes together under one roof. This will lead to the benefits are immense. You talk about saving in terms of manpower, in terms of infrastructure, and also in terms of what we call risk-based security. Because the catch is, do you want to put everybody in one-stop shop and thereby reduce the importance, the relevance, and the vigorousness of the security? No. You want to have it, like they say in the Nigerian parlance, a collabo. So you want the one-stop shop, and yet you want the security to be top-notch and to be efficient. So what does the one-stop framework do for us? Fine, it brings everybody together. By bringing everybody together, how does it benefit us as passengers? It means that we spend less time at the airport. There are less queues at the airport. You're bringing out your documentation, you're bringing out your bags for search less times. If you put this all together, it contributes to the passenger experience. Then the passenger is happy, they have a pleasant experience in your airport, and guess what? Like the keynote speaker said, the airport needs people. The more traffic in your airport, the more money you make. So to bring people into your airport, they have to enjoy the experience they have when they come into your airport. When we have this one-stop security framework, everybody is working together, sharing data on time, and they are able to reduce queues, and then you have, you can predict basically how your operations will run that day. I can see you nodding at the end there. You can predict how your operations will run that day. So you can you have your gates scheduled on time. You have less hiccups. I'm not saying total erosion of hiccups, but you will have less hiccups. So your airport is running more effectively, more efficiently. You're using less infrastructure, yet you're being more productive. So it saves cost in the terms of the provision from all these things from the government. It also helps the passenger have a better experience at our airport. It draws people into our airport. And guess what? The essence of this summit is to have investors come in. This is the carrot that was dangling, that will have the investors also come in. And then when we have this, we are not compromising on security, because that also is key. But when you have a one-stop security framework, what have you done? You have practiced what we call a risk-based approach. What does this mean? It means that you now have time and resources to focus on the things that are high risk, the individuals that are high risk, the areas that are high risk, and everybody else, like me and you, just go through the process, fully assured that full security has been done, and that's the catchment. There must be communication to the passenger, because by hypothetically and going the way the MD of FAN is going, we wake up one morning and you get to the airport and you only have one search. Everybody will say Nigeria has finished. They don't even know how to do security anymore. So there has to be communication to the passenger so they will know what is going on. They are on board. There is important. There has to be collaboration. There has to be interagency trust. We have to trust each other to share things. If we are even taking it out, like the speaker spoke on the originating country or the receiving country, you now start changing MOUs and all that. But what all that does is to give you top-notch security with less stress, less hassles, invite more investors, and make your airport a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this leads me to the next question. We've been talking about collaboration, coordination, and the seamless clearance of passengers, even why will enhance aviation security. So, Mr. Cloud, effective OSS requires a seamless cooperation amongst numerous stakeholders like the government, regulators, the border agencies, the airport operators, the airlines, and everybody involved. What are the critical elements for achieving this necessary coordination? 3 minutes, please. I see we all have good passions for this topic. 3 minutes, please.
No problem. Good afternoon. I think in short, one-step security only works when everybody coordinates, basically. So I think there's a couple of things we need to look at. So we need to look at 3 key areas. Who? From state level, state to state, national, the CAA, the Airports Authority, Immigration, Customs, collectively comes together to build the one-stop shops framework. If this framework is not agreed to, it cannot be rolled out. Ultimately, the framework relies on trust, and there has to be a number of collaboration in terms of what points and touch points we look at. So what do we need to coordinate? We have to coordinate audits, we have to coordinate training, we need to coordinate SOPs. There's a multi-layer and structured approach to rolling out one-stop shop. And I think for the last 2 days, we've spoken about hubs, we've spoken about regional hubs, we've spoken about global hubs. What we have to understand is, for that to be achieved, we have to create a security hub. That needs to be led by intelligence, AI, technology, interventions, innovations. It's a multi-layer, complex approach. But ultimately, if we're talking about investment, we need to understand that security, the more secure and transparent the process is, the more airlines will invest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Essentially, we are asking that all parties, all stakeholders involved should trust the security outcome, which requires transparent and coordinated processes. Yes, Mr. Idokogi. We've been talking about...
We'll have 2 more minutes for these sessions. We're so sorry.
We've been talking about OSS, the challenges to implementation. While we know that the benefits are clear and visible, Implementation can be complex. What are the biggest hurdles the airports will face in successfully adopting the OSS framework?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. For want of time, this is something I'm very passionate about, and now she's actually asked me the main thing that I actually sit on top, the issues and the challenges that we face, and OSS is one of the things that I would have been welcoming in Muritala Mohammed Airport. But just to pick out a few, or basically one or two, the first issue will be infrastructure. Many states have difficulty. One of the things we will need is security technology. And I'm so happy that Louis is here. The moment you're investing in one security screening technology, the very next moment you're having to buy another one because it's already obsolete. These are one of the challenges that we'll face. There is also the issue of the terminal design. Terminal designs, we also have issues of access control and every other accoutrement that supports non-rescreening. People coming in from other airports, they have to go through without screening. All those infrastructure that has to be in place, these are challenges, and not many states, not many airports have this infrastructure. And that upgrading this infrastructure requires financial investment. And I'm happy that one of the themes of this event is investment, and we cannot overemphasize on investment. The second more important issue is institutional resistance, and at this point I usually like to call it bureaucratic inertia. Many security agencies don't want to actually move. Many of us security agencies, we have this silo mentality, not wanting to actually change. Even recently, the Office of the NSA recently launched a joint security screening outfit where we have a one-stop search. We're still grappling with implementation. And I believe it all speaks to trust. Yesterday, the SG AFCAC talked about trust issues in capital investment. Just this morning, the ED Bagasso spoke to trust issues on safety oversight. So we have a really huge trust deficit among us security agencies. How about now speaking to the region, where there are different levels of security threats across the regions and all that? How are we going to trust ourselves to be sure that everybody is complying with the same security standards? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, looking ahead, what is your view? What are the technological challenges we must overcome for us to have a widespread global adoption of the OSS framework?
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for MD Fan to invite me to cross half of the continent to take part of this conference. You know, OSS is dedicated to streamline passenger experience while keeping a high level of security. But you know, we already faced that, and we all enjoyed it in the 80s, where it was so easy to take a flight as to take a bus in London with, in addition, the crew member smiling when they will take your ticket. Then with the rise of the hijacking, airjacking, we needed to develop security equipment, and that's where the nightmare started for passenger and airports, because security is to airport what safety is to airline. Very quickly, because it's short, for us, technology challenges is multiple. It's for baggage, parcel, cargo, passengers, and from the original single X-ray equipment to today, the automated equipment supported by artificial intelligence. It's a race to tackle the threat of the terrorists and avoid queue and bad experience to passenger. A good security equipment allows a smoother, faster, and safer passenger experience. And it also gives more time to passenger to go to the duty-free and then enhancing revenues to the airport. On our side, we developed also the last trend is for diffraction X-rays, which is able to identify the threats inside baggage at a very high speed. Speed of checking is one of the key issues, and today it's what we are trying to cope with.
Thank you very much. We've seen that technology is clearly the engine driving the future of the OSS system. From our discussion, it's obvious that the recognition of equivalence of security measures, that's the OSS system, is very important for implementation within our region. And it would be nice for Nigeria to take a lead with our neighboring states or airports like Togo and the rest of them, where we transit to and from Europe and America. Maybe sign an MOU and follow the process that has been enumerated. Thank you very much. Thank you, panel members. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me salute this team. The panelists, please celebrate them for me. We must openly appreciate you. Yet again, I apologize to you. You have a whole lot to share, a lot of experiences, but we're having a headwind. And a whole lot of persons need to change venue a bit, and we need to transform this venue for the gala night. You've done creditably well. So sorry for cutting so short, despite all you have within to share. If you have presentations, you can give to the Secretariat to share amongst participants. Let's celebrate them again with another warm round of applause, please. Allow me to invite the Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee, Distinguished Senator Peter Gia, and the MD of FAN to join them in their group shots, please. Group photograph for this session. A warm round of applause for them. This conference is beautifully oversubscribed. Huge content, huge contributions coming in from everyone: players, aviators, investors, operators, handlers, airliners, the regulatory bodies. It's been a beautiful two-day conference. We're gradually trying to wind up for the second day as we'll take the following back to back. We're going to have a video from Enugu State. And before the video, we invite the representative of Ondo State government for their goodwill and remarks, after which we'll have the video from Enugu. We'll very quickly also have the Air Show Nigeria at 100 video, and then gradually we'll take the communique. So we'll take the summary from the two-day conference, not the communique. We'll take the summary of all the synopsis, or rather the synopsis of all of the presentations. And after the summary, we'll now have innovation at FAN, the vote of thanks, and we'll rise for the national anthem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate these guys again, please. Announcement. The gala night / dinner and awards night is for 7 p.m., same venue. So we're going to have a late lunch in the next 15 for 20 minutes. After that, we'll take the national anthem. After all of the videos that are going to be played, and the summary of the two-day conference. And then after the anthem, you go rest a bit and join us here, same venue, for the gala night. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the representative of Ondo State, please. Ondo State. Ondo State, please. Can we have the video played? Enugu State video, please.
What we have done since we came into office was to develop an integrated model of attracting investment. We have huge investment opportunities across different sectors that we needed to unlock. So we have curated investment opportunities across these sectors. In the area of tourism, for example, our objective is to attract over 3 million visitors to Enugu. We have profiled over 117 immersive tourism locations across the state, and this is just begging for investors to come. So if you're a prospective investor, not only that you'll be warmly welcomed from the airport, you're going to be shielded from all the other regulators, from setting up your business, from obtaining your construction permit, your operations permit. We won't even wait for you to undertake some aspect of this investment. We're going to start it off and then join us, and we can work with you to create an aviation hub. You know, we have a rich history as Enugu. This is the homeland of Ndi Igbo. It's hardly any successful Igbo man that doesn't have an affinity with Enugu. Some of the things we have also done in the aviation sector by setting up our own Enugu Air, our own indigenous airline, which is essentially telling the private sector, look, there's a world of opportunities here, and we're inviting you to come and work with us. And I can tell you that has worked magic, because since the Enugu Air was set up, we're now having other international carriers wanting to partner with us to do other routes outside the local routes that we're doing.
Please celebrate Enugu State. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there's an air show that's going to be coming up first week in December to celebrate 100 years of aviation in Nigeria. Just listen to this beautiful montage. The air show, please.
Largest city and economic hub in Nigeria is a vibrant metropolis known for its bustling ports, financial districts, and diverse culture. Commissioned in the year 1979, Murtala Mohammed International Airport, MMIA, in Lagos was the busiest airport.
Dear African dreamer, your dreams can now take flight. Your businesses can now soar higher than ever before. Your continent is finally about to become one connected village, because we are changing sub-Saharan Africa aviation culture for the better. For the very first time for Africa, the sky is truly the limit. The Nigeria International Air Show is here and holds at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja from December 2nd to 4, 2025. Book your attendance now at www.nigeriaairshow.ng/attendees. For sponsorship and partnership inquiries, call +234 915 557 0049 or send an email to inquiry@nigeriaairshow.ng. Nigeria International Air Show, giving wings to the Pan-African dream.
Every day,
driven up Nigeria's airports. And behind the scenes, FAN has been upgrading to make travel smoother, safer, and faster. Security is now stronger. Over 800 officers trained nationwide, from crowd management to advanced supervision. Modern scanners detect threats more accurately. Faster checks, fewer delays, greater confidence. Access points have been redesigned, automated, secured, and streamlined. Operation Go Cashless is making payments simple, secure, and seamless with a contactless solution, enabling greater revenue generation, transparency, and accountability.
Link the card, register the card in your account. It takes that 500 naira, and that's it. There's never going to be any other charge that is taken from you. Thank you.
New VVIP Fast Track Services expands what luxury travel can feel like. Through the OneGov project, land records are going digital, improving transparency and speed. In Lagos and Abuja, e-gates now verify boarding passes electronically, fewer lines, stronger security. Over 7,000 staff trained, new HR systems, ISO certification in view. It is a steady transformation powered by people, process, and purpose. FAN, improving how Nigerians travel, one step at a time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the field in sight. We've been cleared to land, but in preparation for landing, allow me to invite for the conference summary the Director of Finance, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Mr. Ayo Olatirelu, for the summary of the conference. The synopsis of the conference, please. Mr. Ayo, one round of applause for him. We salute again the Senate Committee on Aviation, ably represented by the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Aviation, distinguished Senator Peter Jia, who will be closing this conference with his final verdict, remarks, and validation of the two-day conference. Celebrate him, please.
Good afternoon, all. So I've been given the responsibility to provide an overview on the third annual FAN National Conference. I'd like to stand on existing protocols, but to the Senate Committee representative, my MDC, Mr. Olubumi, and all ladies and gentlemen here seated. So, introduction. The Federal Airports Authority successfully convened the third edition of the FAN National Aviation Conference at the ECO Convention Center, Lagos. The conference was graced by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, alongside several state governors, demonstrating high-level national commitment to the growth and modernization of the aviation sector. The theme of the conference was elevating the Nigerian aviation industry through investment, partnerships, and global engagements. On technical sessions, the sessions featured keynote presentations and extensive panel discussions on 1, enhancing air connectivity and route development in Africa, unlocking Nigeria's aviation potential. Secondly, intermodalism, unlocking trade and investment opportunities, creating integration and synergy among different modes of transportation to enhance connectivity. Thirdly, public-private partnerships, and exploring innovative concession and frameworks for airport operations. The fourth session spoke to trust, safety, and governance, reinforcing confidence in Nigeria's skies. The fifth session was on airline profitability and cost optimization. And finally, we had strengthening aviation security through a one-stop security framework and enhancing safety and security in the skies. In summary, to align with the federal government's renewed hope agenda, subnationals as well as private sector stakeholders should invest in agro-allied cargo facilities, that's the wet and dry ports, at the Nigerian airports, with strategic focus on development of cold chain terminals to support the efficient handling and distribution of perishables, livestock, and processed goods. Investors should take advantage of Nigeria's air freight sector, valued at over $8.18 billion and projected to exceed $10 billion by 2026, for strategic investment opportunity in allied air cargo business, expanding regional and global logistics footprints. Specialized aviation desks should be created within the commercial banks to help airline operators access favorable credit enhancements that will reduce financial constraints. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria and the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, should, through its research and development units, provide airlines with data for development of viable air routes and expansion programs. Government policy frameworks on aviation development should be strengthened to attract investments. The aviation industry should leverage on technology to improve passenger experience, operational excellence, and development of eco-friendly airports. The aviation industry should leverage on private sector expertise to drive infrastructure development and technological innovations within the sector. The aviation industry stakeholders should converge on a strategic framework and master plan for implementation. Next steps. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria commits to the following. 1, publishing a post-conference report and action plan. 2, immediate execution and implementation of the action plan in accordance with FAR's 6 strategic pillars, focusing on passenger facilitation and infrastructural modernization, cargo logistics, training and human capital development, and smart airport solutions. Organizing an investment forum with state governments for immediate exploitation of abounding opportunities in various states. Engaging stakeholders on implementation of key recommendations. Monitoring and evaluation of post-conference progress through quarterly stakeholder roundtables. For appreciation, the authority would like to express profound gratitude to His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodinma, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mfwang, the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Koyamu San, CON, FRCIAB UK. The Chairman of the Governing Board, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR, Fabrice Grondin, President, ACI Africa, participants, speakers, sponsors, stakeholders, for their invaluable contributions to the success of the Fnac 2025. Thank you very much.
You're the chief planner. Nice one. Let's celebrate again now the DFA, please, or the Director of Finance.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that it's been a beautiful two-day conference, huge content, aggregation of minds, collection of ideas, cross-pollination of principles and possibilities, and we're looking forward to deeper enhancement of corporations, investment, partnership, and safer skies and operations within the aviation family. We have the field in sight. Before the plane lands, let's get the final validation from the National Assembly. You may wish to know, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that all of the approvers, the MD of FAN, through the board and the chairman, they do or have, in terms of their budget, comes from the National Assembly. When we have them, we take a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcome distinguished Senator Peter Ajia, Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Aviation, please. Bakoinkpa. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. The MD of FAN, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present, may I, on behalf of my chairman of the Senate Committee on Aviation, Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari, and the Senate President, congratulate the MD and management of FAN for a well-packaged and executed conference. Having said that, I wish to adopt the FAN position as to the summary of this conference, but lacing it with the legislative perspective. As we often speak of the hope agenda of the present administration is a subset of the unending hope of the citizenry of our nation today as it is, for good governance from those who have been entrusted with power and the privileges to lead and to rule in times and moments such as this. Having heard the summary of the conference presentations, I want to, on behalf of the Senate President and the Chairman of the Senate Committee on the Aviation, assure the FAN board and management here represented by the MD that the National Assembly is ready, willing, and to collaborate always with agencies of government, particularly having regard to the review of legislations, rules, laws, as may be required to give an enabling environment for a free flow and a seamless operations of our mandates in our respective agencies. Please be assured, and again, we are encouraged to come up with issues that require legislative intervention. What we have found out over the years is that agencies, possibly because of our heritage of military rule, hardly do invite the legislature to look at the situations and how they can intervene. Most of the times, it's all about executive. But we, as National Assembly, have much to do, and we are ready to do that. But for protocol issues, I would have read yesterday the speech of the Senate President and that of the Chairman combined as their message to this conference. But in summary, their message is congratulating FAN management for organizing this conference and to assure FAN, the board, the management and staff, and indeed agencies of government that the National Assembly is ever ready to work with you and to facilitate reviews, reenactments of whatever legislation as the need arises. So on behalf of the President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly and the Chairman of this committee, the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Chairman of the House Committee on Aviation, MD, congratulations. FAN, congratulations. Nigeria, congratulations. Let us have this at the back of our mind, that there is a saying in a particular thing that we are saved to serve, and in service we are preserved. We are privileged to be positioned to serve, and in giving good service, we are justified. Let us all brace up to give that which is necessary, which is required of us, thereby creating an environment, laying the foundation for the unending tomorrow that will always be there. Thank you, and God bless you. Congratulations.
When the National Assembly is grateful, you should be grateful to them too. A warm round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite for the closing remarks and vote of thanks the co-chair of the Planning Committee, who is also the Director of Human Resources and Administration, Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Dr. Lukman Emiola. Celebrate him, please. Good job.
Thank you. Wow. Please put your hands together for the President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria Armed Forces, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Their Excellencies, Governors of Lagos, Imo, Borno, Ogun, Ondo, Enugu, and Plateau states, Chairman and board members, Senate President, Senate Chairman on Aviation, the House Chairman on Aviation, Permanent Secretary, both present and former, distinguished leadership of Bagasso, airline operators of Nigeria, our distinguished panelists and moderators, our sponsors, delegates and participants, former managing directors, heads of agencies, media, management, and staff of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, members of the local organizing committee of Fnac, service providers, vendors, ladies and gentlemen, if you agree for the vote to thank all of these distinguished people, please put your hands together and let me finish. Thank you. In as few words as it takes to say, the MD Mrs. Olubomikuku, has asked me to say thank you to all of you. We are indeed very delighted, very grateful that day one and day two has gone well, but this is not the end of our activities. Well, my role is to say thank you, but then be forward looking. Thank you very much.
Let me very quickly invite His Excellency, our amiable Senator, to the stage, and the MD of FAN, and equally invite the two co-chairs of the planning committee to join them for a group photograph. All committee members get ready to have a shot with the MD, whom, if you agreed, she's doing very well. Give up your hands for her. Mrs. Olubumikuku, if you agree she's doing well, say aye. If you don't agree, please tender your resignation. You're strictly on your own. Someone sang a song, said, she's our mama, right? You want to sing it for her? Let me hear you sing it loud. Let's go. Let me invite all the directors in FAN to join them. Directors from the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria to join them. Allow me very graciously invite all former MDs of FAN here to join them. Please, a warm round of applause for them. Thank you. Let me extend downwind and invite the Executive Director of Bagasso to join them, Ms. Jeza Rodriguez Silva. One round of applause for her. Please clap for her because I'm from Bagasso. Please clap for Bagasso. All of the planning committee members, please join them. You've done a fantastic job for the Fnac 2025. Rapporteurs, please join them for the intellectual work you guys have done. A warm round of applause. Please join them. Very quickly. Very quickly, please. Very quickly, please. Let's go upstairs. If you love your MD, come and join her. The stage will break. Panelists, after that, please, the committee will step down. Let me invite all of the panelists around and speakers to have a shot with the Senator and the MD. Thank you, the committee and the directors and the former MDs. Let me now invite all of the panelists around to join them upstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, may we remain where we are And allow me to invite us to rise, please, for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Remain on stage, please, if you're on stage. The national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, please. Shake someone, hug someone in the spirit of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Lunch is served. Bon appetit. Mind your phones, mind your laptops. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, carry your belongings, your laptop bags, your laptops, your phones. Leave nothing behind in the hall, please.